real life implications. And addressing ethical dilemmas and debating possible solutions has definitely sensitized me to the significance of ethical decision making in all aspects of life. Now, my trip to Chandigarh for the ethics call was definitely a very enriching experience. Engaging in deep conversations about ethical dilemmas in daily life has really heightened my awareness. And one of the most exciting aspects of this journey was definitely getting to connect with students from other army public schools. Meeting young minds from different backgrounds, cultures, and perspectives has taught me the valuable lesson that despite our differences, our common values of integrity, empathy, and compassion bind us together as global citizens.
Greetings. My name is Yuval Gandhi. I study in class 10. Ethics board is a forum that requires cooperation and collaboration. The one major thing that ethics board taught me is to work together, evaluate different perspectives, and also arrive at ethical decisions as a cohesive unit. Thank you.
The ethics school has allowed me to think rationally and become more receptive to other people's views. It has helped me to work in a team where we may not always agree, but yet agree to disagree and put our point across as a team. What is truly exciting is that in every case study, it provokes us to think differently, yet ethically, which is relevant especially in today's world. It's a competitive platform where we as students are engaged in various discussions of concepts and analyzing the ethical dilemmas. We as a whole has helped me personally to take the decisions in our own or manner. It has a profound impact on our personal goodness.
I'm Tasha. The ethics school is a platform that has opened up a world with new perspectives, new ideas, and solutions. It is a platform that, as a team and as individuals, helps us to learn and grow. With every ethical dilemma and with every case study that we deliberate upon, it fosters a new way of thinking. And thus, I truly believe that being a part of this platform today helps us and prepares us to be better individuals tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Subhal Shah. I'm a student at class 12. Ethics will certainly means a lot to me, and I hope no platforms are which continue to show up as it was quite a relevant platform in today's dance. Thank you.
This panel evolved from ethical into social freedom. Who don't talk about change, but become the quintessential element change. For me, the light function dominate this dialogue, discussion, and input.
Give me collaborative learning and creative.
He is one of our उसके बाद मेरे अंदर समाज में एक टाइम को दिखाना चाहिए the competition is changing the way I look at it. I no longer think that case value, that I can understand the original question by the input.
Ethics board India service program है जिसमें हमने नैतिक भूमिका में मानवता की एक सही और सर्वोत्तम निर्णय लेना सीखा। एथिक्स बोर्ड में हमने सामने वाले की असहमत विचार से सहमत होना सीखा। मैं राष्ट्र स्तर पर अपनी टीम का प्रतिनिधित्व करने के लिए बात करना चाहती हूँ। धन्यवाद।
और सदन कानून का सदस्य नेशनल का पहला प्रोग्राम जो वर्ल्ड वाइड का मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा और इससे मेरे ज्ञान में भी बहुत मैं आशा करता हूँ कि मैं आगे भी अपना सर्वोच्च प्रदर्शन करूँ जिसके कारण हमें और आगे जाने का मौका मिले। धन्यवाद। This competition had the right to widen the road. That got the opportunity to become so many things along the way. I hope you are able to walk with each party. Thank you.
Greetings everyone. I, Gaurav Benivas, classmate, am fortunate to be a part of Ethics Board 2020. I strongly believe that collaboration is the key to the future. And Ethics Board has given me an opportunity to learn, to express my thoughts in a way that encourages effective collaboration. Proud to be a semi-finalist representing Southwestern Command in this competition, which has made me profoundly on moral and ethical dilemmas based on person and as a part of the society. Thank you.
The only limitation to our realization of tomorrow will be our doubts of today. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dhruv, a student of Army Public School, Sudan. And today, I stand in front of you privileged to be a part of this prestigious competition known as the Ethics Board. Ethics Board is an opportunity at testing our moral judgments and igniting the flame of curiosity in young minds. The choice between right and wrong, good and bad, pure and evil, will exist and will continue to exist for as long as civilization exists. This competition pushes the students to the very limits of their moral judgment, making the choice between the life of the millions and the life of the few, deciding when everything seems right and everything seems wrong. Surely, it is a challenge to be taken on and a dilemma to be dealt with, and we shall do so proudly. Thank you.
I'm passionate advocate for moral reasoning and critical introspection. I believe Susanna as well, eagerly anticipate the opportunity to participate in their sport, knowing it will enrich my personal and intellectual learning while helping to shape a better future for us all. In a world where moral dilemmas and ethical complexity has become ever more prevalent, it is essential to consider open and constructive criticism, knowing that it will help in finding meaningful solutions. As I even prepare to embark on this difficult adventure, I am excited about the prospect of contributing to constructive decisions, knowing that it can bring about positive changes in the world.
Very much not sure why. Didn't reinvent those plans are talented. From Egypt to Anadolu. I am Arman Katal from Army Public School, Shillong, Meghalaya, and I look forward to hearing those publications. The Ava Ethics Board wants to flexing questions that compel you to choose between the right and the wrong, the obvious and the objective. The Ethics Board challenges your moral nature, your reasoning, and how you refine it within your innovation and acts of adulthood. Questions from across the globe have taken into your life, but there is two categories, winners and beginners. So step out of the history that is holding you back and step into the story that's globally created. The pen that writes your story after all through your hand. Thank you.
I'm Erika Josh from ABS Assemble Class 11. And as you would already know it, our school was able to win the Northern Command Ethics Bowl tournament, and it was a very happy moment for the entire team at ABS Assemble.
And such a class, and very long, very part, very big, that will come out of this. That is APS. It is not about very information. It is a platform where we can discuss our views, we can present our views. It also analyzes our skills, such as teamwork, passion, ability, presence of mind, and critical thinking.
Hello everyone, I am Ananya. This victory has filled me with excitement to face what's more to come. And the ethics bowl has undoubtedly enhanced my reasoning skills and deepened my appreciation for this.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Madam Babu. I am the speaker at Shri Gateway Hamburg. I recently participated in Northern Command Ethics Bowl, and it was such a great experience to me. I got to know a lot of new people.
A very good morning to everyone. We would request the audience to kindly switch off your mobile phones or keep them in silent mode till the program is over. Thank you so much. I repeat, to kindly switch off your mobile phones or keep them in silent mode till the program is over.
एथिक्स गोल एक ऐसी प्रतिस्पर्धा है जिसमें हमें नैतिक सुविधा में मानवता की सही और सर्वोत्तम निर्णय लेना पड़ेगा। एथिक्स गोल में हमने सामने वाले की असहमति के साथ सहमत होना चाहिए। मैं राष्ट्र स्तर पर अपनी टीम का प्रतिनिधित्व करने के लिए बात करूंगा। धन्यवाद।
So, that is social ethical argument or driven argument for citizen. National का पहला प्रोग्राम जो कि वर्ल्ड फाइनेंस का उसके बाद होती है उसके बहुत अच्छा प्रोग्राम है और इसमें मेरे ज्ञान की बहुत मैं आशा करती हूँ कि मैं आगे भी अपने वक्त प्रदर्शन करूँ जिसके कारण हमें और आगे जाने का मौका मिलेगा। Thank you, bye. So happy to see you.
Greetings everyone. I Gaurav Vinivas. I'm confident to give a part of this continuity. I strongly believe that collaboration is key to the future. And ethics board have given me an opportunity to express my concerns in intellectual opportunity. Proud to be a semi-finalist representing Southwest Vermont in this competition, which has made me confident on the modern and ethical dilemmas based on person and other factors. Thank you. The only limitation to our realization of tomorrow will be our doubt of today. Good morning, everyone. I'm Rohit, a student of Army Public Schools Law. And today I stand here in privilege to be a part of this prestigious competition known as Ethics Bowl. Ethics Bowl is an opportunity addressing our own judgment and igniting the flame of curiosity. The joy is quite wrong, including God, pure and secret, will exist, and will continue to exist for as long as civilization. This competition would is to the very limits of their moral judgment, making the choice between the lives of the billions and the lives of the few, deciding when everything seems right and everything seems wrong. Surely, it is a challenge to be taken on and a dilemma to be dealt with, and we shall do so proudly. Thank you.
And is a moral reasoning and psychical introspection. Belief to learn our self-worth, even and create the opportunity to participate in their sport. Knowing it will enrich my personal and intellectual design while helping to shape a better future for myself. In a world where moral intellect and physical complexity has become ever more difficult, and essentially because the knowing that it will help in finding ways to reach. As I even discuss in more on this lecture, I am excited because of the fact of contributing to conservation, knowing that it can bring about positive.
Very much not your why. It is real number of stars. I am Armand Kakan from Army Public Schools, Shillong, and I look forward to getting school competition. The other goal was the perplexing question that compelled you to choose between the right and the wrong, the obvious and the obvious. The ethics goal challenges your moral nature, your reasoning, and how you refine it with innovation and acts and values. Questions come across the globe have made me realize that there is a life winners and learners. So step out of the history that is holding you back and step into the story that's holding you. When the right your story after all. Thank you.
Priyanka George from ABS Azimut Class 11. And as you would already know it, our school was able to win the Northern Command Ethics School tournament, and it was a really happy moment for the entire team of ABS Azimut.
And then your very part, very team, has to come out. That is, it is. It's a platform, where you can discuss how we can make it better. It also understands in work. Present mind.
Hello everyone, I am Ananya. This victory has filled me with excitement to face what more to come. And the ethics board has undoubtedly enhanced my reading skills and deepened my appreciation for it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Madam Bhatt, I am a speaker at the I recently participated in Open Command and it was such a great experience for me. I got to know a lot of new people, and this competition has made me realize the worth of ethics. And it has also enhanced the way I take decisions.
I am from class on public school number. Today I stand strategy and time. As I explain my thanks for giving us a summer incredible honor for winning another command ethical competition.
Everyone, I am Samana Church. Ethics board has taught me the importance of teamwork, and it has also helped me understand the perspectives of others.
Representing the Surya Award Ethics Board for the second time. Ethics Board has had an impactful mark on my personality. It has helped me to brainstorm about the great topics of the day.
In this experience, has helped me realize people ethically wait
The ethics role at its core holds immense importance to me. It has instilled in me a sense of responsibility towards the society and the environment. And I have realized the discussions that take place during the competition are not mere theoretical debate. They do have real life implications. Addressing ethical dilemmas and debating possible solutions has definitely sensitized me to the significance of ethical decision making in all aspects of life. Now, my trip to Chandigarh for the ethics bowl was definitely a very interesting experience. Engaging in deep conversations about ethical dilemmas in daily life has really heightened my awareness. And one of the most exciting aspects of this journey was definitely getting to connect with students from other army public schools. Meeting young minds from different backgrounds, cultures, and perspectives has taught me the valuable lesson that despite our differences, our common values of integrity, empathy, and compassion bind us together as global citizens.
And also the right from every decision
Ethics so has allowed me to think rationally and become more receptive to other people's views. It has helped me to work in a team where we not always agree, but yet agree to disagree and put our problems as a team. What is truly exciting is that in every case study, it provokes us to think differently, get ethically, which is relevant especially in today's world. Where we are engaged in various discussions of conflict and highlighting the ethical dilemmas of freedom. Ethics board has been the person to take the decision in a more possible manner. It has a profound impact on our personal contact.
I'm Rashmita. The ethics board is a platform that has opened up a world with new perspectives, new ideas, and innovations. It is a platform that as a team and as individuals helps us to learn and grow. With every ethical dilemma and with every case study that we deliberate upon, it fosters a new way of thinking. And thus I truly believe that being a part of this platform today helps us and prepares us to be better individuals tomorrow. Thank you.
My name is Gurjit. I'm a student of class 12. It is with it certainly needs a lesson, and I hope no platforms like this continue to show up as they can serve a relevant platform in today's landscape. Thank you.
The conclusion was changed the way I look at it. I no longer consider these values, and I understand the reasons for why you put them.
A very good morning to one and all present here for the extremely coveted and prestigious contest, the grand finale of President Ava Ethics Bowl Competition 2023. I am Arun. For today's event.
On behalf of Mrs. Archana Pandey, President, Army Vice Welfare Association, and management, staff and students of Army Public School, Chandranagar, it is our proud privilege and honor to extend a very warm and hearty welcome to the Chief of Army Staff, General Manoj Pandey, along with the Seva Medal, Seva Medal, Seva Medal, EDC, who has so kindly consented to grace this occasion as the chief guest. Sir is an alumnus of the National Defence Academy and was commissioned in the Indian Army in December 1982 in the Corps of Engineers.
In his 4 decades of distinguished military career, he has tenanted important and challenging command and staff appointments in different operational environments, which include command of an engineer brigade in the Western Theatre, an brigade role in Jammu and Kashmir, a mountain division in the high altitude area of Western Ladakh, and command of a corps deployed along LAC and in counter-insurgency operations area of East India Command. Sir was Commander-in-Chief, Andaman and Nicobar Command, General Officer Commanding-in-Chief, welcome to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend a warm welcome to Ms. Anupama Chauhan Nam, President, Defense Wives Welfare Association, for joining the occasion with her graceful presence.
Dear audience, we feel venerated by the august presence of Ms. Neeta Chaudhary Ma'am, President, Air Force Wives Welfare Association. We accord a very cordial welcome to you, ma'am. We would also like to welcome a very special guest, Ms. Veena Naravne Ma'am, erstwhile President AVA, who is gracing the event with her benign presence today.
We would like to take this opportunity to extend an enthusiastic welcome to all the representatives of AVA, esteemed dignitaries, and distinguished guests who have joined us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are highly pleased to welcome our esteemed panel of distinguished judges who have gracefully accepted to judge this mega event.
It's our proud privilege to welcome Dr. Shyama Chona Ma'am, Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, as our first judge of the panel. A gracious welcome to you, ma'am.
Dear audience, let us extend a hearty welcome to our next judge for the day, an eminent defense analyst and journalist par excellence, Mr. Nitin Gokhale, sir.
The third judge of our distinguished panel is Major Gaurav Arya, an Indian Army veteran, writer, and public speaker. A very warm and genial welcome to you, sir.
A word of heartfelt welcome goes out to Ms. Sunita Panchnathan, Principal, Army Public School, ASC Bangalore, for graciously accepting to moderate today's phenomenal match.
Finally, let us accord a cordial welcome to all the representatives, principals, members of faculty, and students of Army schools, and most importantly, the 2 formidable teams who have made it to the finals through a spectacular display of oratorical excellence, linguistic prowess, and intellectual thought.
दीप प्रतीक है ऊर्जा का, प्रकाश का, जीवन का। शुभम करोति कल्याणम आरोग्यम धन संपदा शत्रु बुद्धि विनाशाय दीप ज्योते नमोस्तुते। शुभ और कल्याण करने वाली, आरोग्य और धन संपदा देने वाली, शत्रु बुद्धि का विनाश करने वाली दीपक की ज्योति को नमस्कार है।
We will now request our Honorable Chief Guest, the Chief of Army Staff, General Manoj Pandey, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, ADC, and Mrs. Archana Pandey, President, Army Vice Welfare Association, to kindly light the ceremonial lamp, please. We will also request our distinguished guests, Mrs. Anupama Chauhan ma'am and Mrs. Veena Naravne ma'am, to please join them, and our principal ma'am to kindly escort our esteemed guests, please.
दीप ज्योते पर ब्रह्मा दीप ज्योते जनार्दन दीपो हरितु मे पापम दीप ज्योते नमोस्तुते। दीप ज्योते पर ब्रह्मा दीप ज्योते जनार्दन दीपो हरितु मे पापम दीप ज्योते नमोस्तुते। दीप ज्योते नमोस्तुते। दीप ज्योते नमोस्तुते।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू मैम। गायत्री वेद जननी गायत्री पापनाशिनी गायत्र्या परमम नास्ति दिवीचे च पावनम। कठिन कार्यों में सफलता दिलाने वाली, विघ्नों का नाश करने वाली, बुद्धि की वृद्धि, आतंक आक्रमण से रक्षा करने वाली, यश बढ़ाने वाली, तितीक्षा, सात्विकता और आशा का संचार करने वाली, पथ प्रदर्शक, सत असत का निर्णय लेने की क्षमता विकसित करने वाली माँ गायत्री का हम वंदन करते हैं। नृत्य के माध्यम से भावों को व्यक्त करने का सिलसिला तो संसार के आरंभ से चला आ रहा है, और इसमें जब माँ गायत्री के स्तुति के सुर मिल जाते हैं तो सारा वातावरण पवित्र हो जाता है।
ओ भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्सुः भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्.
That was indeed a symphony of rhythm and grace. Dear audience, we would now request our principal ma'am, Mrs. Malini Narayanan, to formally propose the welcome address, please.
A very warm welcome to a delightful morning at APS Shankar Vihar. APS Shankar Vihar since 2007 has been patiently waiting for this momentous day when we would get a chance to welcome the Chief of the Army Staff to our school. This day comes rarely in the life of a school, and today is the day. So it's a day of celebration. And thank you so much, sir, for gracing the occasion today and coming to the school. On behalf of Mrs. Archana Pandey, President, Army Wives Welfare Association, the management and all of us at school, I have the singular privilege of according a hearty welcome to General Manoj Pandey, Param Vishishta Seva Medal, Ati Vishishta Seva Medal, Vishishta Seva Medal ADC, to the grand finale of the finals of the 3rd edition of the Ethics Ball. So your presence is truly inspirational, not only for the children of our school, but for all the other Army public schools who are watching us online today. So thank you so much for being a part of this celebration. Warm felicitations to Mrs. Anupama Chauhan for your kind presence, ma'am. We are truly overwhelmed and overjoyed by the presence of all the senior officers, and our heartfelt thanks to President Ava for reposing faith in the youngest APS of Delhi NCR for the conduct of this prestigious event. Thank you so much, ma'am. A warm welcome to Mrs. Veena Naravne, ma'am. Thank you for seeding the idea of this innovative engagement, which has been so lovingly nurtured and fostered by all the members of the AVA family. A cheery welcome to the AVA chairpersons and all the functionaries who are here with us this morning. A warm welcome also goes to all the dignitaries of the Army Welfare Education Society, as special invitees, parents who are with us, students of the 4 APSs who've joined us, and a grateful welcome to our esteemed judges. We have with us Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Shama Chona, who's a role model and a guru for all the edu leaders of the country. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being a part of this celebration. Our heartfelt welcome to Mr. Nitin Gokhale. Sir, your valuable association over a decade with this school actually is a special privilege that APS Shankar Vihar enjoys. Thank you so much. A special welcome to Mr. Gaurav Arya and gratitude for consenting to be a part of this morning celebrations. A heartfelt welcome to Mrs. Panchanathan, the moderator for this match, who has flown in from Bangalore to be with the children this morning. Student Agency 2030, the report of the Organization of the Economic Cooperation and Development, which is also known as OECD, states that when students are agents of their own learning, they are more likely to have learned how to learn, which is an invaluable skill that can be used through their entire life. And ethics ball is rooted in principle that the students have the ability and the will to positively influence not only their own lives, but the world around them. And their voices must be heard. And that's the premise of ethics ball. So a rousing welcome to the two finalists, the team from the Western Command and the team from the Southern Command, who have toiled through the wee hours of this morning to research and to prepare to win over the judges today. And may the best team win. Let's give them a round of applause. A hearty welcome once again to the most cerebral event of the year, one of its kind, the third edition of the Ethics Bowl 3.0. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm and enthusiastic welcome note.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us introduce to you the illustrious panel of judges today. Our first distinguished judge is Dr. Shama Chona. Ma'am is the founder president of Tamanna Association and the former principal of Delhi Public School, R.K. Puram. Dr. Chona is the only school educator in the country who has been bestowed with both the Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan by President of India. Ma'am was also presented with National Award for Best Individual Work Done for Cause of Disabled in 1997.
Dr. Chona has broken barriers to touch and change many lives. She has launched major initiatives to promote the teachings of science, computers, and information technology in schools. Having served on 97 advisory boards and 70 school management committees, Ma'am is an educationist par excellence. Ma'am is a member of the Indian National Commission for Cooperation with UNESCO, the governing body of CBSE, and the National Mission for Empowerment of Women by the President of India. A warm welcome once again, ma'am.
Our next judge on the panel is one of South Asia's leading strategic analysts, Mr. Nitin A. Gokhale, sir. Sir has 40 years of rich and varied experience behind him as a conflict reporter, editor, author, and now media entrepreneur who owns and curates 3 important digital platforms, BharatShakti.in, StratNewsGlobal.com, and Interstellar.news.
An alumnus of the Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies in Hawaii, Sir was the Security and Strategic Affairs Editor at NDTV for 9 years and has authored over a dozen books on wars, insurgencies, and conflicts. He also teaches at India's Defense Services Staff College, the 3 war colleges, India's National Defense College, College of Defense Management, and the intelligence schools of both the RAW and Intelligence Bureau. We're elated to have you amongst us, sir.
मेरे जज्बातों से मेरा कलम कुछ इस कदर वाकिफ हो जाता है, मेरे जज्बातों से मेरा कलम कुछ इस कदर वाकिफ हो जाता है, मैं इश्क लिखना चाहूं वो खुद ब खुद इनकलाब हो जाता है। आज के तीसरे जज के रूप में हमारे मध्य उपस्थित हैं मेजर गौरव आर्या। आप एक सेवानिवृत्त सेना अधिकारी हैं और वर्तमान में एक वरिष्ठ जर्नलिस्ट, लेखक तथा सार्वजनिक वक्ता हैं। मार्च 2017 में आप सामरिक मामलों में वरिष्ठ संपादक के रूप में रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क में शामिल हुए। आप रिपब्लिक भारत चैनल में टीवी कार्यक्रम होस्ट करते हैं तथा बेबाकी से जनता को सच्चाई से अवगत करवाते हैं। चाणक्य फोरम भू राजनीति राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा पर एक वैश्विक पत्रिका है जिसकी स्थापना आपने की है तथा आप इसके मुख्य संपादक हैं। सर, हम आपका अपने विद्यालय में हार्दिक अभिनंदन करते हैं।
Ladies and gentlemen, let us enlighten you about the felicitous objectives of AVA or Army Wives Welfare Association. AVA is an association that works for the welfare of spouses, children, and dependents of Army personnel. Since its inception in 1966, AVA has grown in its scope and reach, and today it stands proud as one of the largest NGOs in India. It is aptly called the invisible hand that shapes the punch of the Indian Army.
The community development programs run by AVA aim at different facets of life, be it education, health, entertainment, or environment, thereby enriching the fabric of the Army community in multifarious ways. Spearheading various ventures and professional collaborations, AVA aims to empower all its members, not only with professional prowess, but also financial independence and entrepreneurial skills, while providing emotional security and moral support. We take this opportunity to put on record our heartfelt appreciation and gratitude for the various welfare projects undertaken by AVA.
President AVA Ethics Board was constituted in 2021 by the erstwhile President AVA, Mrs. Veena Naravne ma'am, with the exalted vision to nurture integrity, individuality, and strength of character among Army school students through respectful exchange of divergent views. We are delighted by our august presence for the event today. With the meaningful tagline, Agreeing to Disagree, Ethics Board celebrates the relevance of a middle ground rather than a black or white approach while facing ethical dilemmas.
Under the dynamic leadership and encouragement of President AVA, Mrs. Archana Pandey ma'am, Ethics Bowl blossomed into a pan-India competition for nationwide Army public schools in its present avatar. Ethics Bowl has now become synonymous with the promotion of ethical awareness, critical thinking, civil discourse, civic engagement, and an appreciation for multiple points of view.
The journey of Ethics Bowl 2023 has been extremely engrossing and informative, featuring a series of highly competitive and stimulating matches amongst various clusters in all the commands. The quarterfinals were conducted online among the winners of the 6 commands. 4 commands with the highest scores participated in 2 keenly contested online semi-final matches, exhibiting impressive skills of conviction, clarity of thought, and in-depth research.
Teams are excellent who have made it to the grand finale of the President AVA Rolling Trophy Ethics Bowl Competition 2023 are Team Western Command and Team Southern Command. Let's give them a huge round of applause, please.
Keeping in line with the tradition of renaming the teams, both the teams have been named randomly after military operations of the mighty and indomitable Indian Army as Team Parakram and Team Meghdoot to maintain secrecy and transparency of judgment.
Let us request our NCC pilots to kindly escort moderator ma'am, our esteemed judges, Team Parakram and Team Meghdoot to their positions on stage, please.
Without further ado, we would now hand over to the moderator for the day, Ms. Sunita Panchanathan, for the conduct of the match. All the very best to both the teams.
Okay. Can I request one of the NCC candidates to please hand over Mrs. Shona's file to her? Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to the very august gathering here in the auditorium and to all the members of the audience who are watching the event live from all corners of our country. This is the final match of the third edition of the very prestigious President Ava Rolling Trophy Ethics Bowl. I'm Sunita Panchanathan, and I'm delighted to be moderating this match that is being played between Team Parakram and Team Meghdoot. So before we begin, I'm just going to pick a chit that's going to decide which team is going to go first. And I should let you know that the case studies have been pre-assigned to the teams. So whichever team goes first, I'll announce the case study that's been assigned to both the teams. The case study that's been assigned to Team Parakram is an honest chat, and the case study assigned to Team Meghdoot is the CRISPR conundrum. I will explain what the CRISPR stands for in just a minute. So I'm just going to pick a chit. Good luck to both the teams. Okay, I have here Team Meghdoot that's going to go first. So Team Meghdoot, good luck to you. But before we begin, I'll request both the teams to very quickly introduce themselves. Team Meghdoot, we'll begin with you.
Good morning. This is Aditya from class 12. I'm speaker number 1.
Good morning. This is Ayush from class 12. I'm speaker number 2.
सुप्रभात, मेरा नाम नमन कुमार पांडे है, मैं 11वीं कक्षा का हूँ और मैं स्पीकर नंबर 3 हूँ.
Good morning. I'm Manya Sharma from class 12. I'm speaker number 4.
Good morning, everyone. This is Agastya Birada from grade 10. I am researcher number 1.
Good morning.
So we'll now request Team Parakram to very quickly introduce themselves. Thank you very much, Team Meghdoot.
Good morning. I'm Vivan Garg. I'm from class 10.
This is Yashna Mehta from class 10.
This is Ujjwal Sharan from class 12.
This is Gobindveer Singh from class 12.
सुप्रभात, मेरा नाम रोहन कुमार हाजरा है और मैं कक्षा 12वीं का छात्र हूँ.
I am Prashasti Taragi of class 11 and we are Team Parakram.
Thank you very much, Team Parakram. A quick overview of the rules for our esteemed audience. The format of the match before we begin, we will go through 2 identical cycles of the match, one for each of the teams. So the first team that's going to go is Team Meghdoot. In the first step, I will be reading out the case study for the ready reference of all of us present here today. Once I finish reading the case study, Team Meghdoot will take about 10 to 12 minutes to present their thoughts on the case, 12 minutes being the upper limit. There'll be a timer on the screen for all of us to see. In case, I'm sure they will not be in case there's a tech glitch and the timer goes off, we'll be following the timer on my phone. So that's for the reference of the judges here. I'll switch the timer on here and I'll turn it off at exactly 12 minutes. The children are not to be, they can take between 10 to 12 minutes for presenting their case, 12 minutes being the upper limit. Once this is done, the opposing team or Team Parakram will confer for 2 to 3 minutes on their presentation and they will pose questions to them. After which they will present their comments and then pose questions to them. And this will be followed by the last round for cycle 1, which will be the questions by the esteemed judges present. So without any further ado, we begin cycle 1. The case that has been assigned to Team Meghdoot is called the CRISPR conundrum. And for the reference of all of us present here today, CRISPR is an acronym that actually stands for Clustered Regularly Interspaced Short Palindromic Repeats. This is actually a technology that research scientists use to modify the DNA of living organisms. On to the case itself. Recent scientific innovations like CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technology has made it possible to treat diseases connected to genetic mutations by pinpointing the defective genetic material and splicing in healthy genetic code. For example, by editing a patient's blood stem cells to create healthy red blood cells, researchers have been able to successfully treat sickle cell anemia in research trials. This type of somatic gene editing affects only targeted cells within the patient's body and cannot be passed on to the offspring. CRISPR also has promising applications for treating muscular dystrophy, blindness, AIDS, and cystic fibrosis, to name a few. Another type of gene editing affects the germline, which is the reproductive cells, and is highly controversial. Germline gene editing involves altering the genome of a human embryo in its early stages such that changes are copied in other cells of the body and may be inherited by the offspring. In 2018, a Chinese researcher named He Jiankui reported that he had edited the genes of 2 human embryos to prevent them from contracting AIDS from the father. The embryos were brought to full term. His experiment was widely condemned by the scientific community for taking unnecessary risks and disregarding norms of research and ethical standards. 18 months later, Jiankui was arrested and sentenced to 3 years in prison. Critics of gene editing argue that scientists should not be allowed to play God by altering the human genetic code. Human nature should be respected and preserved as it is, they maintain. At some point, the dystopian prospect of gene editing being used to create designer babies whose genetic advantages, for example, perhaps enhanced height, enhanced memory, or an enhanced immune response, will translate into social and economic dominance of the rich over the poor. Others claim that parents selecting desired traits for their children is an act of hubris that destroys the mystery of conception and undermines the natural parent-child relationship. Supporters of the new technology argue that both somatic and germline gene editing serve essential medical and social purposes, and despite certain risks, should be pursued for their potential benefits, which is the treatment of disease, the enhancement of human capabilities, and eventually the eradication of known genetic disorders. They maintain that one unfortunate experiment by a rogue scientist should not be used as grounds to curtail all germline gene editing research. The power to control our species' genetic future is awesome and terrifying, writes CRISPR co-inventor Jennifer Doudna. Deciding how to handle it may be the biggest challenge we have ever faced. On to the 2 questions that have been put together for this case. Question number 1, should the fact that our biological attributes are natural influence the morality of whether or not it is acceptable or desirable to change them? Question number 2, is there a moral difference between using gene editing technology to enhance human capabilities, for example, to increase athletic performance or life expectancy, and using it to cure disease? With these 2 questions, we will now hand the stage over to the team. Over to you, team. Can we have the timer, please? Right, your time starts.
I want to ask you a question. When do we have the right to intervene? Should we act if we can cure disease? Should we act if we can save lives? The answer to these questions was simple when the solutions were simple. Medicines. Well, that is not true for gene editing. Gene editing allows us to change the fundamental building blocks of life. What took evolution millions of years to achieve, we can in a decade. Do you realize how significant it is for us to be able to cure every known disease? We as a team firmly believe that gene editing is as much a promise for the world as it is a threat. We realize that there are risks involved and considerations need to be made. But these problems should not be a reason for us to stop developing this technology. What we need to prioritize is safe, accessible, and ethical gene editing. 10 million people died of cancer in 2022. 2 million people died of dementia in 2022. Our cause here is clear. We need to save more lives. But what matters more is implementation. At this point, I want to clarify that we as a team believe somatic gene editing, which is performed on consenting adults, has different challenges as compared to germline gene editing, which is performed on zygotes that cannot provide consent. I want to remind all listeners here that this technology is in its formative years. Over the next coming decades, we will witness exponential growth. While my teammates will focus on implementation and regulatory framework, I want to remind you that we cannot ignore the ethical dilemmas. Privacy of patients, consent for patients, social inequality, the obsession with perfection. We will have to deal with all these problems. And perhaps at the crux of this case study is the question, do we have the right to change that which is normal?
Now, in 1989, Raj and Van de Silva were desperate. Their daughter, Ashanti, just 4, was dying, a consequence of a problem in her genes. Ashanti had adenosine deaminase disease, which causes severe combined immunodeficiency, affecting growth and development and leads to premature death. Now, in September of 1990, the first ever gene therapy to combat this disease was ever performed on her by Dr. William Anderson in the National Institute of Health in Maryland, USA. The result, a healthy 38-year-old woman who is still existing in our world today. So do we still need to question the morality of gene editing if it is allowing people to have a better life than they would have had were they not given this treatment? Now, if there is a way to do it better, said Thomas Alva Edison, we should find it. This quote is nothing but a reflection of our human mind, of our human nature. It is in our nature to seek solutions and to strive to make our life constantly better. Gene editing, in our opinion, is just that, the next innovation in healthcare technology. We as a society have progressed from medicinal herbs to antibiotics to now using gene editing to cure incurable diseases. We are of the opinion, if we are using this technology to alleviate somebody's health, to help them live better, what are the concerns? In our opinion, the concerns only arise, the questions and the skepticism arise when we start using this technology to assuage our vanity. Now, in a nation like ours, where fairness cream companies mint millions, unfettered access to gene editing would have almost every South Asian couple birthing a Caucasian-looking child. So the question of morality arises when our focus is shifted from moving towards our needs and more towards our wants. And that is the problem that we wish to highlight today. Now, the next question is also that of access. If the purpose of this technology is to help and serve mankind, we believe everyone needs to have access to it. Access cannot remain with the rich. As is seen from any emerging technology, the rich always get it first and the poor seldom receive any benefits from it, or their powers trickle down to them much later. These inequalities would only widen with the rich people having genetically stronger and smarter offsprings, which would cause a societal imbalance. Moreover, a parent's job is to nurture and guide and not to decide for your children. So cherry picking attributes on the basis of their genes is totally unethical. Now, this also leads us to the next problem of who gets to actually edit the genes. Just like artificial intelligence is now accessible to the general public and they can influence it to a great extent, is gene editing headed to a similar phase with people having the ability to buy cheap DIY gene editing kits for any and everybody? For now, these gene editing kits are easily accessible and therefore educational purposes. But the more and more we make this technology available, somebody with ulterior motives can use this for nefarious purposes. So we opine that the act of editing genes must remain strictly with professionals that are following proper regulations and framework. For any biological mishaps that may occur would have cataclysmic consequences on our entire society. We feel that using gene editing to ensure your child does not develop cancer is fine. But using that gene editing to make your child faster than Usain Bolt seems unethical.
मैं अपने मित्र की बातों पर बल देते हुए कहना चाहूंगा कि ये तकनीक काफी क्रांतिकारी है, जिसके दो प्रभाव किए जा सकते हैं। पहला, आप इससे गंभीर और वंशानुगत बीमारियों का इलाज कर सकते हैं, और दूसरा, हम इससे मानव की क्षमताएं बढ़ा सकते हैं। यदि इसका प्रयोग बीमारियों का इलाज करने के लिए किया जाए तो ये बिल्कुल वैसा ही है जैसा किसी दिव्यांग व्यक्ति को कृत्रिम अंग प्रदान करके उसके जीवन को बेहतर करना। और ऐसा करने में नैतिक रूप से कुछ भी गलत नहीं दिखता। लेकिन जिसका दूसरा प्रयोग है वो ये है कि इस तकनीक का प्रयोग करके आप जेनेटिक रूप से एक मानव की क्षमताओं को कई गुना बढ़ा सकते हैं, जिससे कि हम अपने प्रजाति की और सभ्यता की क्रमागत उन्नति को काफी तेज कर सकते हैं। ये सुनने में तो काफी अच्छा लगता है, लेकिन ऐसे प्रयास करने से पहले हमें इसके परिणाम के बारे में सोचना होगा। हम ये मानते और समझते हैं कि जीन संपादन काफी लाभकारी हो सकता है, लेकिन ऐसी तकनीक के दुष्प्रभावों के बारे में विचार करना अनिवार्य है। मैं वनस्पति जगत का एक उदाहरण लेता हूँ। वर्ष 2018 में चीन के कुछ वैज्ञानिकों ने धान की फसलों पे एक प्रयोग किया। उन्होंने क्रिस्पर का प्रयोग करके इसमें जीन संपादन किए ताकि एक वायरस से उसे प्रतिरोधक क्षमता प्रदान की जा सके। इसके इच्छित परिणाम तो अवश्य हुए, लेकिन कुछ अवांछित परिणाम भी हुए। संपादित पौधों में जो पैदावार थी और पोषक तत्व थे, उनमें भारी गिरावट देखी गई। तो ऐसे में सवाल उठता है, जब हम एक साधारण से पौधे के बारे में उस पर जीन संपादन के क्या प्रभाव पड़ेंगे उसका पूर्व अनुमान नहीं लगा सकते, तो मनुष्य जो तो उससे काफी कई गुना अधिक जटिल है, उस पर इस तकनीक के क्या दुष्प्रभाव पड़ेंगे उसका पूर्व अनुमान कैसे लगाएंगे। अतः इस तकनीक का प्रयोग करते समय हमें इसकी गलत प्रयोग और दुष्प्रभावों के बारे में सचेत रहने की अत्यंत आवश्यकता है। एक और बिंदु पे मैं जोर देना चाहूंगा कि मानव की प्रवृत्ति है स्वार्थी होना। यदि आज जीन संपादन की तकनीक से मानव हर तरह से रोग प्रतिरोधक क्षमताओं में बेहतर हो जाएगा और शक्तिशाली हो जाएगा, तो इसके बाद क्या वह हमारे ग्रह के अन्य जीव जंतुओं की इज्जत करेगा? क्या वह ऐसा करना सही समझेगा? बिल्कुल सही कहा गया है, शक्ति भ्रष्ट करती है और पूर्ण शक्ति पूर्णतः भ्रष्ट कर देती है। ऐसे में मानव कृत्यों का प्रभाव पर्यावरण, परिस्थितिकी तंत्र और जीव जंतुओं पर अवश्य पड़ेगा। हमारी राय में यह तकनीक लाभकारी तो अवश्य है, लेकिन इसके क्रियान्वयन से पहले हमें सकारात्मक दृष्टिकोण से और सही दिशा में चिंता और मनन करने की अनिवार्य आवश्यकता है। यह एक ऐसी तकनीक है जो दो धारी तलवार की तरह है। यह आपकी रक्षा भी कर सकती है, आपका फायदा भी कर सकती है, लेकिन इसके प्रयोग करने वाले को भी घायल कर सकती है।
After understanding the various aspects of the process of gene editing that have been discussed by my teammates, allow me to now answer the questions in the case study. Addressing the first question, in order to make improvements, we need to make changes. Yes, it seems apprehensive at first to meddle with what's natural, but if the cause is justified, say preventing a condition or even saving lives, is it not moral for us to make that change? We believe that making changes is ethical as long as it does not harm others and future generations. Addressing the second question, Article 13 of the Oviedo Convention states that human genome editing cannot be used in any other field except for curing. Is already justified. Using it to enhance human beauty or performance is not a necessity and cannot be called ethical. To truly embrace the change that gene editing would bring, we want to highlight solutions that will help to deal with the challenges along the way. These include, number one, we need international regulations that are based on research. For example, the research on DNA sequencing done by the International Human Genome Project. Number two, we need to develop proper protocols on how to provide consent for embryos, because we have to ensure that patients understand the implications of gene editing and are informed to provide consent. Number three, a unique solution that will deal with the implementation of gene editing is restricting certain sequencing softwares. So essentially, the governments could digitally monitor what genes are being edited and ensure that that aligns with their regulations. Today, it is difficult to predict what the dynamics of this industry would be like. But what we can focus on are measures that will keep the ethical and social values at the forefront of this discussion.
As we come to the end of this discussion, there are a lot of questions. There are a lot of concerns. But what there also is an opportunity to make the life of every individual on the planet better. Despite all the progress that mankind has made, we still have problems to solve. Gene editing is an attempt at solving conditions we couldn't all this while. What we need is not a step back, but a step ahead that is well calculated, because that is the most ethical choice to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Meghdoot, for your presentation. I now request our esteemed judges to please mark your scores for part 1 in the scoring sheet for Team Meghdoot. part 1 on the scoring sheet, please. The presenting team, yes. So these scores will be for Team Meghdoot. Can we move on? Ma'am, would you require some more time? Can we move on to the next? Thank you. So Team Parakram, you now have 3 minutes to confer on Team Meghdoot's presentation, and at the end of 3 minutes, you will present your commentary on the same case study, and you can take up to 7 minutes for your commentary. Please pose 2 questions to Team Meghdoot at the end of your commentary. Can I have the timer, please? Your 3 minutes begins now. All right, Team Parakram, you may now begin your commentary.
I spent my life as a scientist trying to create a world without weakness, without outcasts. I sought to create a stronger human being, but there is no such thing. Human beings are weak, pathetic, feeble-minded creatures. Why be humans at all when we could be so much more? Faster, stronger, and smarter. This is my gift to you. These words are not my words, my friends. This is Dr. Curtis Connors, the antagonist from the movie The Amazing Spider-Man, who aimed to create a perfect and exclusive society by genetic manipulation.
We, the Gen Z, are the millennials of tomorrow and today. We oppose this exclusive perfection using genetic editing technologies such as CRISPR-Cas9. We believe that perfection can be achieved by honing our physical and mental abilities through good deeds and experiences, which will lead to true personal transformation and attainment of the highest beatitude.
Thank you for your presentation, Team Meghdoot. We would like to elaborate on some aspects of the case study.
External and mechanical manipulation using the gene editing enzyme CRISPR-Cas9 contradicts the very freedom of the individual spirit. It robs for future generations of the serendipity that comes with natural genetic variation and thus creates an ecological disequilibrium. Our imperfections are what makes us remarkable, what makes us relatable, what makes us human. As Gen Z, we aspire for an inclusive and empathetic society.
You know, Prashasti, this sentiment reminded me of the Japanese art of kintsugi, which transforms brokenness into beauty. Instead of fixing and hiding the cracks, they are adorned with gold, thus creating a testament of valuing imperfections and finding strength in diversity.
Beautifully put, Vivan. Turning our attention to the potential of CRISPR-Cas9 in mitigating human suffering, this revolutionary technology holds the promise to treat genetic disorders such as cystic fibrosis, muscular dystrophy, and sickle cell anemia through somatic cell gene therapy. Particularly concerning sickle gene anemia, a condition afflicting, mind you, 40% of the tribal population and over 20 million Indians, according to the esteemed Indian Journal of Medical Research.
You know, in this context, we can proudly say that our nation has taken an initiative to incorporate the latest medical technology into the healthcare system. In fact, India has approved of a 5-year plan led by the National Center for Biological Sciences in Bangalore to develop CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technology to cure sickle cell anemia.
Moreover, dear audience, this initiative aims to improve the cost efficiency of treatments using CRISPR and to make the treatments available and affordable for the masses without compromising on its quality. Not just that, the Tata and CRISPR collaboration Feluda is Indian ingenuity at its finest. Using CRISPR-Cas9 technology, it swiftly detects genetic markers like in COVID-19 and brings the results in under 1 hour. Dear audience, editing genes redefines medicines, but ethics redefines its purpose.
You know, germline therapy has been banned in 75 countries, including India, because it violates the principles of bioethics, of manipulating the genes of the unborn and generations to come.
You are right, Vivan, because the unborn is trapped in the dilemma, bereft of choice, as gremlin therapy shapes their essence without consent.
You know, this way, we are not changing a human, we are changing humankind.
Now, as we transition beyond medicine, CRISPR-Cas9 extends its potential to calibrate the human lifestyle as well. The Tata Institute of Fundamental Research introduced the use of CRISPR-Cas9 for bioremediation, envisioning a planet where plastic pollution will be a thing of the past. IIT Madras has also introduced CRISPR-Cas9 to develop biofuels from plants. Isn't it amazing how far we have come with this technology?
It surely is, Prashasti. You know, an aspect that was overlooked by Team Meghdoot is that CRISPR-Cas9 is also used to enhance quality and quantity of the yield in plants. For example, flavor saver tomatoes prevent post-harvest losses. It also increases the quantity of oil that can be extracted from mustard seeds. This helps to make plants pest resistant, thus reducing the amount of pesticides which are required. This also aids in biofortification. For example, golden rice, which is fortified with vitamin A. Just one bowl of golden rice a day can eliminate night blindness. With such wide-ranging advancements, India is at the forefront of harnessing CRISPR-Cas9 technology to develop a sustainable and innovative future, also fulfilling the SDG goals.
जेनेटिक तकनीक से समृद्ध हुआ है ज्ञान, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य व कृषि में हुई उन्नति व उत्थान. विज्ञान, कला और संस्कृति वास्तव में संपूर्ण मानवता की विरासत है और विकास का मानवीय पक्ष ढूंढने की कोशिश आज के समाज की मांग है। हमारे शास्त्रों में 5 ऋण बताए गए हैं: देव ऋण, पितृ ऋण, गुरु ऋण, लोक ऋण और भू ऋण। इसलिए हमें लोक ऋण चुकाने के लिए विकास की धारणा को अपनाना होगा।
एकदम सही कहा प्रशस्ति। वास्तव में हमारा विकास वह हमारी तकनीक बहुजन हिताय बहुजन सुखाय होनी चाहिए। मनुष्य का एक ही धर्म, वह एक ही कर्म है, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। हमें इसे लेकर ही विकसित तकनीक को आगे लाना होगा। जेनेटिक तकनीक एक मणि की तरह है जो हमें अंधेरे में भी रास्ता दिखाती है और हमारी दुनिया को विकसित से भी अधिक विकसित बनाती है। धन्यवाद।
Now we come to our first question. Given the expanding toolbox of CRISPR-Cas9 applications, from base editing to epigenome remodeling, synthetic genetic circuits to in vivo cellular reprogramming, could you provide a holistic framework that integrates these disparate modalities into a unified therapeutic strategy while addressing potential synergies, conflicts, and cumulative effects?
Our second question is, how can we navigate the moral dilemmas surrounding the potential for unforeseen long-term consequences of genetic modifications on individuals, societies, and ecosystems? And how should our ethical considerations encompass the balance between the immediate desires and the well-being of our future generations? Thank you.
Thank you, Team Parakram. I now request our judges to please mark your scores for part 2 in the scoring sheet for Team Parakram. All right, thank you. So, Team Meghdoot, do you need any clarifications on the questions posed by Team Parakram?
Ma'am, we would request the team to kindly repeat both the questions.
All right, Team Parakram, if you could please repeat both your questions.
Sure, ma'am. The first question is, given the expanding toolbox of CRISPR-Cas9 applications, from base editing to epigenome remodeling, synthetic genetic circuits to in vivo cellular reprogramming, could you provide a holistic framework that integrates these disparate modalities into a unified therapeutic strategy while addressing the potential synergies, conflicts, and the cumulative effects?
Our second question is, how can we navigate the moral dilemmas surrounding the potential for unforeseen long-term consequences of genetic modifications on individuals, societies, and ecosystems? And how should our ethical considerations encompass the balance between the immediate desires and the well-being of our future generations?
Team Meghdoot, are we clear now? Can we
Yes,
have the timer? You get 3 minutes to confer before you answer the questions. Can we have the timer, please? Right.
Yes, ma'am, you do, ma'am. Yes. This is about the judge. I didn't. It's given one question. Step by step.
Team Meghdoot, you may now answer the questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the questions, Team Parakram. Addressing the first question, an acceptance that all of us need it, there will exist disparity when we are using CRISPR. Because CRISPR-Cas9 is a versatile technology, and we are capable of performing various types of medical procedures which involve gene editing. Now, since the question asked, how do we build a framework so as to ensure safe and accessible gene editing? Like every other framework that exists today, we must start with the legalities. Now, in India, you have the National Biotechnology Regulatory Authority Guidelines of 2020, and you have the National Human Genome Research Guidelines of 2020, both of which enlist rules and regulations that need to be followed when any such procedures are conducted within the bounds of our nation. Now, another inspiration that we must take and implement in various countries is the Oviedo Convention. It was an international treaty signed in 1997, specifically for gene editing. And some of the points in the convention are very applicable to our discussion. For example, the component consent requires that any intervention in the human body only be carried out with free and informed consent. Privacy and confidentiality, especially in the age of data today, is also very important, and the convention lists measures as to protect the privacy. And there are measures for non-discrimination and prohibition of eugenics. Another thing that we need to do to build a holistic framework is to align the interests of companies, especially in the pharmaceuticals industry. I'm sure all of us are aware that if companies are forced to sell less pills because gene editing solves the root problem, there is a conflict of business interest. So we need to align business interests with the ethics of the matter. And when it comes to patients, it is very important, like last mile delivery in logistics, for us to be able to build that link between the system and the patients so as to ensure consent is provided, they understand what procedure they'll be undergoing and are capable of making informed decision. And since the commentary of my fellow speaker began with a excerpt from Spider-Man, I want to quote another line from the movie Spider-Man: "With great power comes great responsibility." Gene editing is a massive power for humanity, and we have the responsibility, as the question gave me an opportunity to tell, to build a framework that is robust and ensures that everyone extracts maximum benefits.
Now, we also agree with you on the point of imperfections making us human. Now, you can give me the genes of Albert Einstein, but if I do not work as hard as him, I am not a genius. Now, anyway, answering the second question of navigating the problems of our future, we feel that genetic editing is in essence an accelerated form of evolution, because evolution made our human species the way we are today. Somebody may have a certain skin color, somebody may have a certain hair color. That is not for any random reason. That is based on a requirement and a necessity. Now, we feel that your problem of future-proofing this. So as we suggested, proper framework is very required in this process. For that, we suggest some international regulatory framework and authorities that work together to ensure this. Because genetic editing is not something that sees boundaries or sees borders. This is something that affects us all. If I change the gene in my body and cause something which may be making cancer more occurable, that affects you as much as it does me, because it affects our entire species. So future-proofing this becomes a very big responsibility, which has to be done through proper framework. The moral quandaries we face here is what are the long-term implications on the generations to come. Well, even in the case that is mentioned in the case study of He Zhuangqi, the Chinese scientist who did this for children, the problem was not that he is editing genes. The problem was the fact that this was done in a very opaque manner. There was a lack of transparency on what are the procedures. There was a carrying out of a method which was not tested and a method which was deemed unsafe. So what we are proposing is, if we want to do something to improve our species, to improve our genetics, we need to do this in a very calculated and systematic manner. This can be done properly with having people who are trained professionals, who are good in their field, working for this, because you have to see what are the long-term implications. When we human beings do something in haste, we end up making mistakes. If we take the example of the Green Revolution, we thought that this will bring more food to our country. But what did we do? We ended up making that land infertile, and we made the food unusable because of the excess fertilizer use. This just highlights the problem that human beings, when we are taking uncalculated decisions, we can go wrong. So here, this framework could be very, very helpful in ensuring that we take a very calculated decision and ensuring that no such problems arise.
Adding to that, when we talk about the long-term effects of gene editing, one of the major concerns remain that of the variations and the physical diversities amongst all of us. Now, when we talk about having a balanced approach to deal with such consequences, what we need are regulations that are based on research, a collaborative efforts from various stakeholders, which include representatives of the communities that would be affected, legal representation, professional practitioners, and because a lot of times when we formulate regulations, they are disconnected from the research which essentially reflect the reality of the situation.
मैं एक और बिंदु की तरफ ध्यान देना चाहूंगा। जो हम समझें कि हमारे लिए उत्तम है, जरूरी तो नहीं कि वही हमारे लिए सही हो, क्योंकि आज भी हम मानव शरीर, उसके मस्तिष्क को पूर्णतः समझ नहीं पाए हैं। ऐसे में क्या हमारी उत्तम की परिभाषा सही है? और मानव हमेशा से स्वयं को उत्तम अर्थात परफेक्ट बनाने के प्रयास में लगा हुआ है। लेकिन यदि हर कोई समान हो गया तो उससे हमारे समाज पर क्या प्रभाव पड़ेगा? हाथों की पांचों उंगलियां अलग होती हैं, उनका अपना अपना काम है और साथ में वो मुट्ठी बनाती हैं। अगर हर उंगली एक समान हो गई तो मुट्ठी कैसे बनेगी? और ऐसे हमारे समाज का विकास रुक नहीं जाएगा। अतः हमारा मानना है कि स्वयं को और मानव को उत्तम बनाने का प्रयास एक सही प्रयास नहीं है और इसे काफी सावधानी से किया जाना चाहिए और इस पर पहले चिंतन और मनन की अधिक आवश्यकता है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Thank you, Team Meghdoot. I now request our judges to please fill in marks for part 3 in the scoring sheet for Team Meghdoot. Part 3 in the scoring sheet for Team Meghdoot. I now request Dr. Shama Chona to please pose a question to Team Meghdoot. All right. So, ma'am would like Mr. Nitin Gokhale to start. So, over to you, sir, for your question.
Okay. Team Meghdoot, congratulations on a good presentation. But I have one fundamental question which you may want to discuss and then answer. Is that when you talk about regulation or creating a framework for regulating the gene therapy and the progress in medicine, who forms the framework? Who are the regulators? Is it going to be the government? Is it going to be scientists? Is it going to be a mix of people? I think that dilemma has to be resolved first before we come to a conclusion whether this is a good method to do medicinal research or create new human beings. So first, I need your answer on who should constitute or who are the members who should constitute that regulatory body.
Team Meghdoot, do you need any clarifications on the
No, ma'am.
question? All right, over to you, please, then.
Thank you, sir. Now, the question gives us an opportunity to discuss the most important aspect of gene editing, because this is not just a medical procedure, but it has social impacts and it also has cultural impacts. So we cannot allow a single category of people to make decisions. And we as a team believe that it should be a collaborative effort. So first of all, we do need people who are skilled at making regulations, which are, of course, the people part of our government who are our representatives. But since they may not have expertise in this specific field, we believe they should be assisted by researchers. Because if that is a disconnect where you are making law, but not realizing the scientific facts, there will be a discrepancy which will show up later. So researchers need to assist our regulators, and not just researchers, but practitioners. Because in the medical field, researchers often do not interact with patients. So we need doctors who are actually witnessing on-ground reality to also contribute their inputs. And perhaps we need patient bodies, because they are the ones who we are trying to support. And if we do not take their inputs, how could we even call ourselves a democracy? So we need all of these inputs, because gene editing requires a holistic and comprehensive framework. If we have it biased towards one side, or if it lacks knowledge of a particular aspect, we will end up with problems in the future.
Yes, sir. Now for the structure, because I believe even I had mentioned international regulatory framework. So I'll try to explain what I mean with that exactly. So even in the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw that now the whole scenario of gene editing or healthcare is no longer just restricted to a government. Companies like Pfizer and Bharat Biotech and Serum Institute of India, these are all private companies and government companies that have also come up, which are very big proponents in this medical sector. So in my opinion, the international regulatory framework that we are proposing, it should first be headed by countries and also have representation from companies, because this is not something that is one or the other. Both are working on this and both have inputs in this. Now, to make it plausible and to make you understand what we mean by an international regulatory framework, bioediting is something which is affecting not just you or me, not just affecting an Indian or an American, it is affecting everybody in the same way. So for this, we need to have a proper structure where everybody's opinions are heard and everybody's vote counts. Something similar to the Montreal Protocol that had happened in 1987, where more than 30 countries signed and cumulatively decided that chlorofluorocarbons have to be banned. So it is not implausible that we suggest that a consensus comes where the global world decides together that this is a problem that we must address. So that is one thing. Second, the countries and companies are the ones who make the laws, but the scientists and the researchers who are on ground, who are doing this, will be the ones advising them. And they should also have a vote in this matter. Because ultimately, a politician or a diplomat can only represent their nation to the best of their abilities. But the facts and the actual on-ground reality is best known to a scientist. So this regulatory framework needs to have a mixture of both.
Thank you. Now I think ma'am wants to ask.
I think the main issue that comes to my mind is that genes research, is it available to the entire humanity in India? It's impossible to understand that if there is a problem in the family with the first child, as I did have, I had to fly to New York to get the testing done so that I was safe to have another child. Similarly, when my son got married and he had to have babies, he had to go through it, but we could afford it. But I'm not very sure how awareness is being created for the public and whether there is anything which it is connected with in AI. Yes, so what we read in the AI can be sometimes very misleading. And since the ethical bowl today is necessarily, both the questions are associated in my mind. So the ethics of it, okay, fears of it, understanding of it, and awareness of it will be done by medical doctors or scientists or by companies who might have a fruitful gain in doing this research, which will be expensive. Who can afford it? Who cannot afford it? Are the questions that keep coming to my mind.
Meghdut, do you need any clarifications on
No,
ma'am's
ma'am, the question
questions?
is clear.
All right, please go ahead then.
Thank you for the question, ma'am. Now, the factor that you highlight is ubiquitous amongst all technologies. I'm sure all of us actively use the internet today. We have handheld devices that use internet today.
Just move the mic a little closer so that she can hear you.
Yes. So all of us use the internet today. Let us take ourselves 40 years back. How accessible was internet? Not in remote villages, perhaps not in small towns too. It was only in research facilities and government offices. Today, it has become accessible because as technology progresses, it becomes accessible and the power is decentralized. So this is what we believe will happen with gene editing as well. And we agree with your premise that today it is opaque and inaccessible to a lot of masses. If I were to ask all of the listeners here, how does CRISPR work? Or were you aware of any recent developments? If you are an enthusiast, you'll of course know. But a lot of common people do not understand the technology. Yes,
But this should be a question to be asked from the people who make the MBBS curriculum papers, that it should be a part of the MBBS.
Precisely.
That's the most important thing. So can you answer me whether it is already there or not?
So ma'am, from our level of awareness, genes and genealogy is a part of the MBBS curriculum. And people who are training to become medical professionals are taught about it. And of course, that is the fundamental of gene editing. while we cannot ascertain as to CRISPR as a specific technology is part of the syllabus or not, we do realize that the fundamentals are taught to these professionals. And once they go beyond MBBS and pursue academia or research further, they'll understand the technology better. But for what we know for sure is in MBBS, you are given the basis of how genes work, of how genealogy work, and how your body reacts to these changes.
What is the name of the paper in which year? There are 4 years of MBBS. So have you researched when is this brought into their education?
I'm sorry, ma'am, we are not aware of that as of this moment.
Thank you, Dr. Chona.
Ma'am, sorry, ma'am, I have to continue.
I'm sorry, are you still, you
Yes,
still
ma'am,
have a
yes,
few
ma'am,
things to
yes,
say? I'm
sorry,
so
ma'am.
sorry. Please conclude.
महोदय, जब आपने बात करी कि कुछ लोगों को यह सुविधा और ये तकनीक जल्दी उपलब्ध होगी और कुछ लोगों को नहीं होगी, ये परेशानी हर तकनीक के साथ हमेशा रही है और हमें समझते भी हैं। लेकिन आज जो क्रिस्पर की तकनीक है, उसकी कीमत $10 लाख है। लेकिन इससे पहले, क्रिस्पर के आने से पहले यह और अधिक महंगी थी। ऐसा हर तकनीक के साथ होता है। शुरुआत में वो काफी महंगी होती है, फिर उसके बारे में जागरूकता बढ़ती है, उसकी मांग बढ़ती है और धीरे धीरे उसमें जैसे जैसे विकास किया जाता है, उसमें उसकी कीमत कम होती जाती है। और एक बार इसकी जागरूकता काफी हो गई तो उसके बाद इसकी जितनी मांग होगी उस हिसाब से कीमत कम होगी। और मैम सरकार की भी इसमें बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है, क्योंकि भारत में हम देखते हैं ऐसे कई लोग हैं जो सर्जरी के लिए जिनके पास आर्थिक स्थिति उसकी वैसी नहीं है, तो इनके लिए सरकारों ने नियम बनाए हैं। जैसे कि भारत में ही प्रधानमंत्री जन आरोग्य योजना है, जिसके तहत आपकी काफी महंगी सर्जरी लोग मुफ्त में करा सकते हैं या फिर कम दामों पे करा सकते हैं। तो ऐसी योजनाएं भविष्य में यदि हम जीन संपादन में भी लाएंगे तो ये योजनाएं गरीब लोगों को और जो लोग इसका प्रयोग नहीं कर सकते उन्हें सहायता करेगी। और इसका काफी अच्छा उदाहरण भारत में सार्वभौमिक टीकाकरण कार्यक्रम यानी UIP ने दिया था, जब पहले भारत में टीकाकरण काफी महंगा था, लेकिन इस योजना के बाद 15 वर्ष से कम बच्चों को ये कई सारे टीकाकरण की प्रक्रियाएं आसान की गई और सस्ते में की गई। तो ऐसा कार्य सरकारें अवश्य कर सकती हैं और हम इसे लागू भी कर पाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
Ma'am, would you like to ask? Please, please go ahead.
मैं आपसे ये सवाल इसलिए पूछ रही हूँ क्योंकि मैं डिसेबल्ड बच्चों का एक संस्था चलाती हूँ, तो मुझे बड़ा दुख होता है कि एक ही घर से 3 बच्चे एक ही दुविधा से परेशान हैं। तो ये जो अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ रिसर्च है वो इस समय हमारे देश में घर घर में नहीं पहुंच रही। हमारे पत्रकार इस पे ध्यान नहीं दे रहे, हमारी न्यूज में ये कुछ नहीं आ रहा। तो मुझे लगता है कि हम सब जो यहाँ बैठे हैं, यहाँ आए हैं कुछ सीखने के लिए। मैं भी कुछ सीखना चाहती हूँ, तो हम सबको इस बात को आगे लेके जाना है और इस बात को हमने समझना है कि आज के समय में जीन्स पे जो इम्पोर्टेंस होनी चाहिए वो कम है। मैं शायद जरूरत से अधिक बोल रही हूँ, पर ये मेरा एक कंसर्न है। और क्योंकि आप सब बच्चे हैं तो आप क्योंकि इसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं, तो इस बात को यहाँ छोड़ के भूल मत जाना। डॉक्टर बने, आगे बढ़े और इस बात को आगे चलाएं।
महोदया, मैं आपकी बात से मैं आपकी बात से पूर्णतः सहमत हूँ, लेकिन हमें समझना होगा कि भारत 140 करोड़ की आबादी का देश है और यहाँ पे ऐसे बदलाव लाने में समय लगता है। इसके लिए हमें प्रयास करने होंगे, लेकिन धीरे धीरे इसका उपाय निकलेगा। हमें आजादी के जागरूकता लाने में और लोगों को एकजुट करने में लगभग 50 वर्ष लग गए, तो ऐसी बड़ी योजना लाने में और इतने बड़े देश में लाने में कुछ समय तो अवश्य लगेगा।
Yes, ma'am. And I would like to bring a light on an example in this discussion. So, of course, education and awareness of the masses, which specifically includes the youth of our country, is very, very essential when we're dealing with new technologies, which is also the case for AI as well. These are new technologies, they have great potential, but in order to truly harness their benefits, we need thoughtful and well thought out considerations and steps. So we have the genetic literacy program, which was started in 2010 by John Enite, if I'm pronouncing it wrong. So this is a program which provides unbiased and accurate information about genetics to the public masses. It is available on platforms like videos, articles, and lesson plans.
Ma'am, if you may permit, may I just give one specific example that comes to mind? So, ma'am, we already have a lot of rural healthcare programs, such as we have the National Rural Health Schemes and we have Ayushman Bharat Yojana. So what I propose can be done is, because just like artificial intelligence, like you mentioned, gene editing is one of the new most important things in our society today. So if we inculcate gene editing and awareness about it in our existing rural health programs and such schemes, we can actually get it to the people and make it accessible to a great extent as soon as possible. Now, there have also been initiatives, like you'd asked for how to make our scientists and how to make our people more aware about it. There have been some initiatives like the Indo-US Genome Engineering Technology Initiative Program. What that did is it sent Indian students to Indian students and US students came together and they discussed and they worked on new gene editing technology. So it is not as if we are not working towards this. It is simply that it will take time. Now, the problem of disability, what we had previously mentioned about inculcating and incorporating gene editing in our existing healthcare program, that is one thing that can be done. That can be done. Unlike previous programs, like surgery, some heart surgery, but Cas9 is touted for exactly this, and it is easy to understand and it is easy to implement. So if we put in effort, if we put in the time, we can actually implement this and make our medical healthcare sector better.
You are the future.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
We'll
you
do our
very
best.
much. Now we'll request Major Gaurav Arya to please pose his question.
So first of all, my compliments to Team Meghdut, very well brought out. Now my question is, since we are sitting in APS, which is Army Public School, let me ask you a Fauji question here. So we spoke about gene editing and, why there are moral grays here and what you can do and what you should not do. I mean, you can do everything, but you should not do it. I think that was what we were trying to bring out. Now, my question to you is this, that let us say you were able to tweak genes. You were able to edit the genes and create a super soldier. All right? A soldier that needs only 2 hours of sleep, a soldier who does not get tired, does not apply for leave, a soldier who can run BPT in 7 minutes, who can engage a target at 500 yards, 1-inch group every day. Would that be ethical? General Punappa is sitting right there. So, would that be ethical or not? Because every technology in this world is weaponized. Every technology, good or bad. They are weaponizing solar power, they are weaponizing space, they are weaponizing deep sea, they are weaponizing medicines. So tell me, what is your this thing on a super soldier?
Thank you for the question, sir. In fact, this is a concept which has been discussed for a while now. And we've seen attempts made at building a super soldiers in Nazi Germany and the erstwhile Soviet Union. Concerns that we need to address.
Now, sir, like you said, every new technology is being weaponized. Recently, I read that in Israel, they are using AI technology for targeting enemies in the Israel-Palestine region. So we agree that this is a new and developing problem. But sir, I am, at least personally, because you asked me a personal question, personally, now I am an NDA aspirant and I want to do what is best for my nation. And I want to serve my nation and work for its security. But that does not mean that you make someone who is so abnormal, because like we mentioned, sir, gene editing is great if done correctly. But as per our current technology, there are a lot of mishaps that can occur. One problem is that of offset data sets that can incur into your genes. Like one thing that can lead to another. You may be editing somebody to remove cystic fibrosis, but you can lead to the development of a cancer gene. So like you mentioned, okay, you have a super soldier who can do BPT with no issue. He comes back, no issues, goes on his duty, doesn't sleep for more than two hours. That is fine. But what if he becomes excessively aggressive? How do you ensure that he is controlled? Because now if you have a super soldier, a person who believes I am smarter and stronger than you people here, I am better than the president of India, if that is the mindset that you inculcate in that soldier. Because technically speaking, by genes, you are making him that capable. So if you have someone with such advanced capabilities in our society, that would become unethical and that would become a problem in itself. So I don't think having weaponization of gene editing in our military is necessary. We can do it to improve problems. Like you have a bullet wound, or if you have problems with high aorta, something like that, you can fix. Something like that, you can take care of with gene editing. But doing something like changing and making you a superhuman. That seems unethical because it opens a whole can of worms of new problems. That is at least my opinion, sir.
And the Chinese are doing it already.
Yes, sir, that they are. For which we are suggesting that you have international regulatory framework which stops them from doing so. And if they go against it, well, you threaten them on a global stage, because this is not something that is affecting just them. They may start it. Like, we have conspiracy theories that COVID was started by them. Whether or not that is true, I will not get into that. But in case you have gene editing to the masses, a terrorist organization can use it to create a super bug. Whether or not we use it. Now, if we want to make our soldiers better, that is fine and good for our country's security. But if that technology exists and it's going out, somebody may use it for other motives. So that we need to take care of, and that we need to stop. That is my opinion.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Team Meghdut.
सर केवल एक चीज सर, हमारी
would
सारी
you-
बातों का
अच्छा, you
एक
still
सार मैं
speaking?
कहना चाहूंगा कि हमें समझते हैं कि ये एक ऐसी तकनीक है जिसमें काफी ज्यादा संभावनाएं हैं और इसमें हमें त्रुटियों परेशानियों की काफी आशंका है। जैसा कि आपने एक सुपर सोल्जर की बात करी, तो सर हम सुपर सोल्जर बना सकते हैं, लेकिन कल को कोई तानाशाह वो भी सुपर सोल्जर बना सकता है। और यदि उसके ऐसे लोगों के पास ये शक्तियां जाती हैं तो विश्व में तबाही तो अवश्य आएगी। तो ऐसे में भले ही इसकी कुछ परेशानियां हैं, कुछ खामियां हैं और कुछ इसमें ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन मानव ने विकास करना कभी नहीं छोड़ा। भले ही हमने सावधानी बरती, हमने कदम आगे बढ़ाते रहे हैं, हम भले ही वो कदम हमें फूक फूक के क्यों ना रखने पड़े। इसीलिए इस क्षेत्र में काम करने की आवश्यकता तो है, लेकिन ध्यान से, क्योंकि हम मानव और हमारी सोच एक परिंदे की तरह है। कभी हवा हमारे साथ चलेगी, कभी हमारे खिलाफ, लेकिन आगे बढ़ते रहना हमारा काम है। और यही करके हम, क्योंकि मैं यही अंत करना चाहूंगा कि हमें अपने परों को खोलना है, क्योंकि आसमान हद है और उस हद को छूना है। धन्यवाद।
Yes, sir. Thank you for bringing this discussion to the army context. As my friend Ayush, I myself am an NDA aspirant. And I personally believe while physical competency is a very crucial part of being a true soldier, as someone who comes from a Fauji family and believes that she is a Fauji at heart, what matters more is the drive from the inside, the drive to serve for the country. And no super soldier with all the powers can ever compete to that. Thank you.
Team Meghdut, do you have anything more to add? Are we done? Thank you very much, Team Meghdut. I'll now request our judges to fill in marks for parts 4 and 5 in the scoring sheet for Team Meghdut, please. Parts 4 and 5. All right, a huge round of applause for both the teams, Meghdut and Parakram. With this, we come to the end of cycle 1 of this morning's match. And we shall shortly begin with cycle 2. Thank you very much. We have a break. We'll just take a 2-minute break before we read the case study for Team Parakram. Just give you 2 minutes to catch your breath, drink some water, take a sip of some juice that's been kept there for you. Children, please hydrate yourselves. It's a warm morning. I request you also to please have a sip of water or a sip of juice. Yeah. Ma'am, come. members of our audience to please settle down. We'll start in about 30 seconds. Right, so now we move on to the second case study that has been assigned, the second case study for the match, and the one that has been assigned to Team Parakram. Would the audience or the students, the participants require me to run through the rules again? I think we are all very clear about the rules. The same cycle repeats for Team Parakram. So the case study that has been assigned for Team Parakram is called An Honest Chat. I'm going to read the case study that has been assigned to the team. The use of ChatGPT, a natural language processing tool that uses machine learning algorithms to generate written content, has become increasingly prevalent in a variety of contexts, including news articles, social media posts, and even creative writing. Some argue that ChatGPT is an efficient and cost-effective solution for producing large quantities of written content. News organizations may use ChatGPT to quickly generate current events, allowing them to keep up with the fast-paced nature of the industry. Similarly, businesses may use ChatGPT to produce social media posts or marketing materials, saving time and resources that would otherwise be spent on manual content creation. However, as automation becomes more prevalent, there is a risk that use of tools like ChatGPT may lead to the displacement of human workers, particularly those in industries such as journalism and marketing. And questions of intellectual property and authorship complicate how we determine the value and ownership of creative works. As ChatGPT is used to produce written content, many face tough questions about whom to credit as the author, given the contributions of the users of ChatGPT, the developers of the tool, and those contributions of the artificial intelligence itself. Others are concerned that ChatGPT may contribute to the spread of misinformation because ChatGPT is trained on large amounts of existing text. It may produce content that reflects the biases or errors present in those original texts. This could lead to the spread of false or misleading information, potentially causing harm to individuals or society as a whole. And the use of automated tools like ChatGPT may lead to a homogenization of written content, as the tool may produce writing that lacks the unique perspective and voice of a human author. This could have negative consequences for the diversity and richness of our cultural discourse. We now come to the questions that come with the case study. Question number 1. What moral factors ought companies or media organizations consider when evaluating whether and how to use AI-generated written content? Question number 2. What broad social and cultural impacts ought to remain at the forefront of public discussion as we adopt new AI technologies? So that was the case study, and those were the 2 questions. So Team Parakram, are we ready? Can we have the timer, please? All right, you may now begin.
Friends, let us begin by asking a simple question. When was the last time that you used ChatGPT? Well, I bet it wasn't too long ago. After all, why not? It is perhaps the most efficient tool that we have in our arsenal as today's generation. And being today's generation, we all know just how fast technology evolves. In fact, the technological process is so quick that I will have no doubts if my fridge starts placing Amazon orders all by itself. However, what does this mean in the context of AI and ChatGPT? Will AI reign supreme? Will us humans become subservient?
Absolutely not, Ujjwal. Now, while the potential of assistive AI like ChatGPT is truly enormous, that can never undermine the human spirit, the human potential. Now, ChatGPT, with all its ones and zeros, can simulate some of the human brain's functions, but artificial intelligence can never replace, can never replicate the human heart. And apart from our own personal emotions, I'm sure there's a huge economic impact on this as well. Gobind?
That is very correct, Yashna. In fact, in our research, we found that the McKinsey Global Institute predicts that 70% of companies globally would have adopted at least one type of AI technology by 2030, delivering economic activity worth 13 trillion US dollars. That is 1.2% additional GDP growth every single year.
I think it is quite clear that whoever understands technology like ChatGPT will dominate the coming decades. In fact, any nation that aspires to be a global leader must first conquer the AI frontier. This isn't just about a technical journey, my friends, but this is the journey to become a Vishwaguru.
एकदम सही कहा उज्जवल। भारत आज विश्व में केवल अपनी विविधता के लिए ही नहीं जाना जाता, बल्कि प्रौद्योगिकी के क्षेत्र में भारत ने काफी ज्यादा आगे बढ़ चुका है। भारत जहां प्रौद्योगिकी है, वहीं भारतीय सोच है। इन दोनों के मिलन से हम ना केवल विश्व में पहचान बना सकेंगे, बल्कि समस्त दुनिया को भी हम निर्देश दे सकेंगे।
Now, dear audience, we would like to address certain concerns that the case study itself poses. Let's begin with the supposed loss of jobs. Now, this is actually the fear of singularity, that is AI surpassing human intelligence. However, this is a very speculative approach. Now, my friends, there is no loss. We only have upgrades.
That is very correct, Yashna. Now, the World Economic Forum does predict that even though 85 million jobs will decline globally by 2025, AI alone would generate 95 million new jobs in fields ranging from big data, machine learning, and even digital marketing. And in India, 15 million jobs will be generated due to AI alone.
You know, Gobind, last year when I was in class 9, I was reading the CBSE AI handbook. It states explicitly, and I quote, "We identify AI as an opportunity, as a problem solver for inclusive economic growth and social development. We harness the potential of AI sustainably to make sure that India's next generation will be AI ready."
100% सही कहा याशना तुमने। सीबीएसई की स्कूलों में भी कृत्रिम बुद्धिमत्ता यानी एआई पाठ्यक्रम की शुरुआत की यह पहल युवा पीढ़ी को एआई और चैट जीपीटी के बुनियादी से अवगत कराने के लिए किया गया है। यहाँ पर हमें भाषा संगम की भूमिका को भी जानना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि यह अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। जैसा कि हम जानते हैं, भारत में अनेक भाषाएं बोली जाती है। भाषा संगम की पहल के अंतर्गत भारत में एआई के माध्यम से विभिन्न भाषाओं का संगम हो रहा है। यह प्रौद्योगिकी अब हर भाषा के व्यक्ति को अन्य भाषाओं से जोड़ रहा है और उन्हें वैश्विक मंच पर अपनी पहचान बनाने का अवसर भी प्रदान कर रहा है। एआई पाठ्यक्रम की विशेषता यही है कि यह विभिन्न भाषाओं में उपलब्ध है, जिससे छात्र अपनी मातृभाषा में तकनीकी ज्ञान प्राप्त कर सकते हैं।
Beautifully put, Rohan. Now we move to address another important concern. Words like plagiarism, copyright, and intellectual property continue to haunt us to this very day. However, my friends, in order to alleviate this, ethical guidelines must be implemented, because these guidelines will not only prevent the harm of AI, but they will also allow us to reap all of its benefits. Our research shows that the government has already taken the first steps. In fact, our esteemed Prime Minister met with the OpenAI CEO, Sam Altman, and now the government plans AI regulation for user safety in the upcoming Digital India Bill.
That is absolutely correct, Ujjwal. Even the Niti Aayog has now presented its national strategy for AI in 2018. Now, internationally, the European Union now has draft laws to classify AI on the basis of risk and regulate it specifically. These laws by the government will ensure that creative freedom is protected while balancing intellectual property rights.
Now, next is the concern of misinformation or bias that is essentially perpetuated because of a lack of limited database. For ChatGPT, it's only 570 GB. That's only approximately 300 billion words. Now, that is surely not enough to cover all topics with diverse, but most importantly, accurate perspectives.
That's not all, Yashna. In fact, the fault is not of ChatGPT alone. The ethics of programming inputs clearly states that if an input perpetuates a bias, it can only lead to an output that does the same. In other words, my friends, garbage in equals to garbage out. Now, this is exactly why we must focus on an expanded database with an onus on broadened ethical programming. And with these reforms, we can and we will counter these issues.
Now, my friends, I must draw your attention to a very fascinating and interesting development of ChatGPT, sentience. Now, to understand this in the simplest terms, sentience is the ability of a future AI to experience human feelings. Like we humans, we are sentient beings. A sentient AI will have the potential to understand all of us almost like a human. No, perhaps it will be like your know-it-all friend, but now with the power of neural networks.
This brings us to the first question posed by the case study. Now, we would like to answer this by first of all stating that social media organizations that do use AI to generate content must ensure that this content is free of all bias and injustice. For this, these organizations must keep in mind that AI, like ChatGPT, gathers sources from a very limited demographic. Moreover, these organizations must also make sure that their content does not hurt the sentiments of their readers, the sentiments of their consumers.
Absolutely, Ujjwal. Now we must understand that media organizations can only do so much to mitigate these outcomes of AI tools. Developers of ChatGPT have to ensure that content is ethical and up to date by increasing diversity of sources and factual accuracy.
बिल्कुल सही कहा गोविंद तुमने, और मैं तुमसे पूरी तरह सहमत रखता हूं। अब हमें यहाँ सामाजिक और सांस्कृतिक पहलू को भी समझना चाहिए। हमारे हिसाब से यह पहलू एआई प्रौद्योगिकी के लिए एक ईंधन के रूप में कार्य करता है। समावेशिता, विविधता, पारदर्शिता और शैक्षिक जागरूकता चार मुख्य भाग हैं, और इन चारों को ChatGPT में अपनाया गया है। इस संदर्भ में तुम क्या कहते हो, याशना?
This actually answers the second question of our case study. But here we must also add that we're concerned about a negative social and cultural impact, but our research suggests otherwise. ChatGPT, my friends, can actually redefine all these aspects. For example, India's multiculturalism currently is wrapped in a cocoon, and we must help it emerge to show its beautiful colors to the world. India will globalize its multiculturalism.
Exactly, Ashna. With this, we would like to bring your attention to a programming solution. This comes in the form of natural learning process. Now, this is that field of AI which focuses on enabling computers to understand and generate human languages. And this, my friends, can only lead to the improvement in the implementation of the very same. Now, the road ahead is not a choice between preserving social or cultural discourse and the advent of AI technologies. Instead, algorithms like this pose a sentient promise of a union between the two. And this union is nothing but the celebration of our own proud unity in diversity.
एक और पहलू जो हमें इस केस स्टडी से पता चला है, वह है समानीकरण। इसका प्रभाव हमारे दिन प्रतिदिन के जीवन से लेकर उद्योग तक हर क्षेत्र में दिखाई पड़ रहा है। आज के तकनीकी युग में लगभग हर चीज का समानीकरण हो गया है। हमें यह तो मानना ही पड़ेगा कि हमारी विचारधारा भी अब समान हो गई है। क्या हम उस विविधता, उस अद्वितीयता को खो चुके हैं? हम भूल चुके हैं कि क्या हमारे पूर्वज, हमारे साहित्य और हमारी कला से हमें क्या मिलता था? क्या हमारी अद्वितीय पहचान जो हमें दुनिया के अन्य लोगों से अलग करता था, अब धीरे-धीरे समाप्त हो रही है?
Rohan, we must grow with technology, which is why we proudly propose our solution, and we call this a play of harmony. Now, Act 1, it involves the introduction of a universal wisdom resource. Now, this can only expand the library of truth. Interaction and integration with global leaders in education and research training is extremely vital.
Now, Act 2 proposes a duel of AI's intimacy and its empowerment. We call this the Empath AI Trust Charter. This initiative engages AI developers and ethicists to shape a new paradigm.
And Act 3 calls for publishers and developers to adopt the Fair Text Pledge, a multifaceted approach to mitigate biases as we develop algorithms that flag them and curate trained data sets and store them while maintaining effective feedback loops.
Ladies and gentlemen, Before our final act, let me ask you, why do we diminish human potential for innovation? Our finale asserts that AI chatbots like ChatGPT are just the base. And yes, this base will keep growing, but we will always remain the builders. We, my friends, are the architects of our own destiny. We are the masters of our own fate, not any AI overlords. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Team Parakram. I now request our judges to fill in marks for part 1 in the scoring sheet for Team Parakram, please. Part 1, done? Ma'am? Part 1, ma'am, for Team Parakram, the marks. Can we move ahead? Thank you. All right, Team Meghdoot, you may now take up to 3 minutes to confer on Team Parakram's presentation, at the end of which you will make your commentary on the same case study. You can take up to 7 minutes, as you're aware, to present your views, and please pose 2 questions to Team Parakram at the end of your commentary. Can we have the timer, please? Yeah. All right, please begin your commentary. If you're ready to start, as you just mentioned, please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Team Parakram, for your insights on the topic. Now, in fact, even when we had read about this case study, we had also researched into the creation of jobs. Now, we came across a similar thing, that you will develop jobs in data science, business intelligence development, and in fact, even psychology. But the only problem I see with what you were trying to say here is that how can a philosopher or an author lose his job and become a data scientist? Creating jobs in data science is not affecting the author who lost his job. So how is that a very viable solution? Similarly, sentient AI is still a few decades away. So how is that impacting jobs of today? Now, I urge all soldiers to lay down their arms and surrender. This sentiment is what was echoed in a deepfake video of Volodymyr Zelensky, which stated that the Ukrainian president is surrendering to Russia. This was a deepfake video which created a lot of panic and problems on the internet and made many headlines. This is a perfect example of generative AI being misused for propaganda and misinformation. AI is susceptible to exploitation from those using it, for it cannot decide for itself what is right or what is wrong. Now, if I go and type into ChatGPT, give me a fake report on Ukraine surrendering to Russia, it will give it to me. And if I publish it, it may actually be believed. So how then are we creating, or how then are we regulating this inaccuracy that this AI may develop? Because the moral responsibility of the creator becomes to tackle this. AI's response to prompts to curb the spread of misinformation and factual inaccuracies needs to be reduced to reduce confusion and mayhem in the society. Now, it is also essential, in our opinion, that the content it creates must be unbiased. This can be ensured through diverse data collection, as per our opinion. A plethora of people give their ethical decisions and inputs and views on a particular topic, from which the AI learns to form neutral and unbiased opinions, not leaning towards any particular ideology. This is increasingly relevant when we see cases of the Tay bot being influenced and spewing hate speech on Twitter and being racially motivated, or Amazon's AI racially profiling job applications. With the need to take care of this, it becomes a priority. Now, also for the artists and journalists, we feel AI should not act subordinate, but in fact, it can write art and especially brilliant ideas. But the human in general decide what idea is the best, decide what idea is the most emotional and what connects well is not something AI can replicate. So why are we treating it like a replacement and not considering it as a tool to be used to further our own creation?
This case study was specifically about AI-generated content, but perhaps my fellow speakers from Team Parakram failed to address the crux of the matter. When we speak of generative content, there are 4 problems that need to be addressed: bias, misinformation, plagiarism, and ownership. Our researchers conducted a thorough analysis, and we've identified a 3-step framework that could allow us to solve all 4 of these problems related to AI-generated content. First, we need to accredit every source that goes into training an AI model. Let's imagine ChatGPT has 10 poems as a source for it to learn how poems are built. If I prompt it to create a new poem, it should list the 10 other poems as a source of inspiration. Second, we need to ensure that every AI-generated content, images, videos, or text, should have a watermark, if you will, that identifies that this content was generated by AI. Because if we live in a future where we do not know that the content was generated by AI, I'm sorry, but that is highly unsafe. And third, we need to distribute the ownership of this content. So we believe it should be distributed amongst 2 entities. First is you and me who are prompting the AI as to create something. And second is the company, let's say OpenAI for ChatGPT, that trains and maintains the algorithm. When some estimates predict that 90% of the content on the internet by 2025 will be AI generated, it is crucial for us to ensure that these problems are addressed by governments, companies, and citizens to ensure a safe digital space in the future.
याद कीजिए 11 सितंबर 1893 को स्वामी विवेकानंद द्वारा शिकागो में दिया गया भाषण, जिसकी शुरुआत उन्होंने मेरे अमेरिकावासी भाइयों बहनों से की थी। इस संबोधन में जो आत्मीयता, जो एकता और जो समझ में नजर आता है, क्या एआई ये समझ सकता है? क्या मानव भावनाओं की इस गहराई को एआई कभी व्यक्त कर सकता है? अभी तो ऐसा नहीं हो सकता। एआई कितनी अच्छी कहानी क्यों ना लिख दे, वह रस्किन बॉन्ड जी की तरह हम बच्चों का दिल नहीं जीत सकता। वह कितनी अच्छी ही कविताएं क्यों ना कर दे, वह स्वर्गीय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी जैसा या राष्ट्रकवि मैथिली शरण गुप्त जी जैसा हमारे मन को रोमांच और उत्साह से नहीं भर सकता। जहां तक सृजनात्मकता की बात है, मनुष्य हमेशा आगे रहा है और हमेशा रहेगा भी। आज इस सभागार में और सम्मानित मंच पर भारत के विभिन्न क्षेत्र के लोग आसीन हैं, जो अपनी सांस्कृतिक विविधता को बनाए रखे हैं, और यही तो हमारी शक्ति है। समाज में संस्कृति की अद्वितीयता उसकी शक्ति होती है। एआई का एक रूपीकरण यदि इसको नष्ट करता है, तो ये हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति की विविधता के लिए अच्छा रहेगा या बुरा? ये एक अनुकरणीय और विकट प्रश्न है।
This brings me to my first question for Team Parakram. My fellow speakers mentioned that AI will create more jobs than it will consume. And I do agree with that fact. But tell me this, if we talk about, let's say, a Swiggy delivery boy in Patna, AI will probably displace their job and give it to a software engineer in Bengaluru. Therefore, I want to ask you, you call AI ethical because it will create new jobs. But does that essentially mean you are taking that opportunity from a deprived person to a privileged person, leading to greater inequality? And then how could you possibly justify your stance to be ethical?
For a second question, let's bring this discussion to providing credit to works that are used as a training data for AI systems. Given the fact that GPT-3 was trained on over 1 billion words with 175 billion parameters, can you explain in a step-by-step process how OpenAI ensures that if I create a poem using ChatGPT today, it ensures that every single source will be cited, given that AI is influenced by its very own insights?
Thank you, Team Meghdut. Are you done with the commentary and the
Yes, ma'am.
questions? I now request our judges to please fill in the marks for part 2 in the scoring sheet for Team Meghdut. Part 2 in the scoring sheet for Team Meghdut, please. Done, sir? The scoring for Team Meghdut, part 2. All right. Thank you very much. Questions? Are the
yes.
questions clear to Team Parakram?
Yes, could you please repeat both the questions?
Team Meghdut?
Yes. So for the first question, my fellow speakers mentioned that AI will create more jobs than it will consume. And I do agree with that fact. But tell me this, if we talk about, let's say, a Swiggy delivery boy in Patna, AI will probably displace their job and give it to a software engineer in Bengaluru. And I want to ask you, you call AI ethical because it will create more jobs, but does that essentially mean you are taking opportunities from those deprived to those privileged, leading to greater inequality? And if so, how could you possibly justify your stance to be ethical?
For a second question, can you explain in a step-by-step process how OpenAI ensures that if I create a poem with ChatGPT today, can every single source be cited, given that AI is influenced by its very own insights?
Parakram, are we clear of the questions now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
All right. So you now get 3 minutes to confer. Can we have the timer, please? Team Parakram, you may now answer the questions, please.
Thank you for your questions, Team Meghdoot. They were certainly very thought-provoking. Now, to answer your first question, taking the same example of the Swiggy delivery boy in Patna, if Swiggy did not exist, would this boy have a job? If AI-assisted Google Maps did not exist, would he not have to carry around a bulky paper map and have to refer to it, stop every second on the side of the road and just try and guess where he was going? No. AI is revolutionizing jobs. In fact, it is not replacing any jobs exactly right now for the Swiggy delivery rider. In fact, AI might even make his jobs easier in the future with, say, easier instructions to follow and more specific instructions as to where the person has to go and how the person has to get there. Now, I would like to pass it on to Yashna to elaborate on some more facts.
Now, Team Meghdoot, let me tell you a statistic that we found in our research while researching. Now, this was by the World Economic Forum. It suggests that 65% of children in primary schools today will work in a position that have not been created yet. Now, what we have to understand that this profession of a delivery boy, this whole delivery system is going to change with this AI revolution, of course, which will be regulated. But we have to understand that when our education changes, when our engagement with AI changes, these jobs will also change. Now, let me give you some examples. There are initiatives like Skill India, like National Program on AI, like Atal Innovation Mission, like the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. And listen to this one, AI for All. Now, the AI for All initiative by Niti Aayog aims to democratize AI by providing access to AI-related learning resources and training a wide range of people. So this whole myth that the boy from Patna cannot have access to AI is wrong. And India has realized that we have to embrace the solution to eradicate that myth. Now, of course, one can argue that these are arguments for the future, that this AI revolution will only come into play to helping that boy in Patna in the future. We can always argue what are we doing for the existing workforce. And here is our answer for that. Firstly, we have to understand that a long-term sustainability calls for a short-term program. We have to understand that we have to pave a way for flexible learning pathways. We have to include training in soft skills such as communication. We have to aid financial support. These are the short-term programs which will eventually turn this boy in Patna into a profession that will be led by AI. And just because this delivery boy in Patna does not have access to AI yet, doesn't mean that he will stop learning. Now, the father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi himself said that we, the Indians, once said that we live as if you were to learn forever. And we need to learn every day, and we need to learn about how the future will affect our jobs of the present. Gobind, why don't you elaborate?
You know, I'll be very honest. The discussion that you gave us here today reminded me a lot of the 1760s in England when the Industrial Revolution was in full bloom. Now, what we need to understand here is AI has a symbiotic relationship with humans. It is not going to come here and be an overlord like you see in fiction and all that. What we need to ensure is that we take an ethical route with guardrails to ensure that AI is always in servitude to humanity and not the other way around. What we need to make sure here is that we should think from broader perspective, from a national perspective. If we are to become a Vishwaguru, that our Prime Minister has already said we must, we have to make sure that AI is embraced, and that boy from Patna, perhaps he will use the AI and someday become an army officer.
Now, to answer your second question, we propose a system for citation of ChatGPT and open and other language models in general, which includes 4 steps: collection, citations, checks and balances, and management tools. Now, when it comes to collection, it is extremely necessary to collect information from each source, including the author's name, publication date, title of work, publication of the website name, URL if necessary. Now, this step becomes increasingly important when the issue of plagiarism in OpenAI is extremely prevalent. Now, citations. In addition to full citations in references or bibliography section, there needs to be a system where OpenAI provides in-text citations whenever we directly quote, paraphrase, or refer to information from a source within the generated content. In-text citations should include the author's last name and the publication year. Now, I would like to state that ChatGPT does this to some extent. For example, yesterday I was trying to get a poem from William Wordsworth from ChatGPT, and it denied, saying that I don't have the permission to give you the poem because of copyright laws. However, due to smart prompt engineering, this can be overworked. And this is what we need to address. That ChatGPT and other language models in general address the issue of workarounds. The next system is checks and balances. Every citation needs to be doubly checked for accuracy, and all details are correctly entered, verification and formatting that adhere to the chosen citation style. Now, the perfect example for this is Google Bard, which actually cites all its sources. There's also a button at the end of a prompt which says Google it. And that's the perfect example on how ChatGPT and other text bots can implement the process of citing the sources.
That is absolutely correct, Vivan. The solution to this problem is more technology, more development, not limiting AI and not limiting our future horizons. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Parakram. I now request our judges to fill in marks for part 3 in the scoring sheet for Team Parakram. Part 3 in the scoring sheet for Team Parakram. Right. Thank you very much. We'll now begin with questions from the judges. I'll request Major Gaurav Arya to pose this question first.
Thank you, ma'am. My compliments to Team Parakram. Very well brought out. So my question to you is this, first of all, one line comment and then my question. I have bad news for this delivery boy in Patna. And I will tell you why. And this is already happening as we speak. You order food into an AI platform. It is received by an AI platform. A robo prepares your food and a drone gets it to your house. This whole delivery thing is going out of business. I remember the time when I was in college, we used to have these STD PCO booths. And along came the mobile phone and overnight everything disappeared. This is progression. This will happen. Now, my question to you is this. Again, this is the Army Public School, so it will be Army related. A lot of countries are funding research and actually carrying out experiments and doing trials. Also India, about autonomous drones, in which AI locates, engages, and neutralizes targets. Now, this may be 5-7 years away, this may be 10 years away, this may be happening today, I do not know. India is also trying to do it because the enemy is trying to do it. Where is the ethics in all this? Do you support this? A drone flies at 40,000 feet. The software identifies the enemy. The software decides whether to neutralize the enemy or not. There is zero human intervention. Now, this technology is still away. It's not, we are not using it today. When I say we, I mean the Indian Armed Forces, but we are funding research in this direction. Do you agree with this?
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for those questions. Now, as you said, you have bad news for the delivery boy in Patna. Now, I would like to highlight here that the delivery boy's nature of the job will change. You will still need operators for those drones. You will still need service mechanics, a little bit of upskilling. And in fact, companies will themselves sponsor these programs. And this upskilling will result in him perhaps achieving a higher pay grade even. We must think from another perspective here as well. Now, coming to the military here. Now, I want to look at this from a geopolitical perspective as well, as you very rightly have. Our enemy is developing this technology. I would like to go back to World War II here. You have the Nazis and you have the United States, the allies basically. They are trying to develop a nuclear bomb. The reason for a nuclear bomb at that time was, of course, to win the war and to ensure a victory. Later on, why India developed a nuclear bomb is very different from why the US developed one. India developed a nuclear bomb to ensure its sovereignty, to ensure its strategic interests. In this world of geopolitics, we must understand that national interest is prime. And that is what we have learned from our fathers. We are from the army after all, you know. So I would like to now pass to Ujjwal and he'll elaborate further.
Regarding this actually reminds me of the incident of the US Armed Forces in Afghanistan, where helicopter pilots purposefully fired on civilians and they laughed as they were killing them. So now ethical concerns, be it AI, be it humans, will continue to prevail. But with AI, we can try and ensure that there is a less chance of deviating from the intended target and saving innocent lives. Yashna?
So here we'd like to state the ethics of war. There are three primary principles, as we all know. We have necessity, proportionality, and discrimination. Now here we must say that as long as this AI-powered drone is attacking the enemy proportional to the attack that was first attacked, then it is within the ethics of war. If we say that this military usage of AI drones is necessary, then it is within the ethics of war. And if we say that there was no discrimination, and if we are able to develop an AI that is actually smart enough to realize what discrimination is, who the enemy actually is, and distinguish between enemy combats and non-enemy combats, we will be able to bring to life the third principle, that is discrimination. And if we are able to do that, then we are within the ethics of war.
That is absolute. Please go ahead, sir.
Objection, ma'am, with your permission.
Please, sir, all yours.
First of all, I'm sorry to have to burst this balloon, but this ethics of war is all poetry. There is no war ever fought in the history of human civilization where ethics have been followed. You're killing the other guy. There is no ethics.
There is no ethics.
There is a moral code of conduct for soldiers. Soldiers will have moral conduct. Wars have no ethics. Number one. Number two, my question was handing over control to a software to decide to kill or to spare. That was my limited question.
Right.
Do you want to hand over control to a software and say you decide? Because enemy combatant is a fourth generation term. In fifth generation warfare, the enemy could be a software programmer. The enemy could be another drone. The enemy wearing a Pakistani or a Chinese army uniform, that definition has changed a little. I'm not saying it's not relevant, but it's changed. So please answer my question.
Yes, sir. So now further, you're absolutely correct. A war cannot be ethical. That is absolutely correct. Now, our Indian army is a great professional army, and they definitely always stand by their moral conduct. Now, you further have highlighted this to a fifth generation war. Should we not leverage technology to protect our computer systems, to protect our electricity grids from this fifth generation warfare? I think we definitely should. Now, here comes another aspect to this. We do not want to hand control over to a software to kill as long as it is not advanced enough. We need to make sure that the humans themselves have a kill switch. Now, this kill switch is for the software to ensure that human intervention, whenever required, can easily be made, ensuring that there is minimal collateral damage. Further, using technology in the army is definitely required. If our army does not continue investing in research and development, other countries, that is, as you mentioned rightly, China and Pakistan, that is our prime threats right now, will march ahead and we will be left behind, which is simply unacceptable. Ujjwal.
Sir, it is a threat to the very sovereignty of our nation. And we must continue to pursue technology in what ways as we can in order to get to the fifth era of warfare, as you mentioned, the fifth generation term, as quickly as possible in order to minimize our own human losses, in order to save the lives of our own soldiers, and instead leverage technology, as my friend has said very rightly, to protect our power grids and to protect our own natural resources, which in the coming years will be paramount. Thank you, sir.
Team Parakram, done with your responses? Thank you very much. So, ma'am, would you please pose a question to the team?
At the outset, I would like to congratulate the organizers for this fantastic competition. And since it's all about ethics, I deeply feel that in India, we need to understand education from business. Okay, I'm sure all of you know that OpenAI first made a splash in 2022, right? With its image generator, DALL-E. A few months later, OpenAI first made a splash. The progressive artificial intelligence company did it again with the release of its artificial intelligence chatbot, GPT, which has since become a worldwide phenomenon and arguably forever altered the way humans and AI interact, right? You agree with me or not?
Absolutely, ma'am. There's
You
no
agree?
question about it.
Okay, good. So for the first few weeks of its creation, there were 1 million users, right? And these users tested out the limits of ChatGPT and received a mixture of amazing, nonsensical, and useful responses. So which are they, my ladies and gentlemen sitting there? They were, of course, amazing, but they were also nonsensical. And of course, they were useful. We in India, sitting under this roof today, have an emerging problem. And the problem is education of our young ones. I refer to the young ones who do not have the means even to reach the schools. We are talking about artificial agencies. We are talking about AI. And our kids don't have even books. They don't even have schools. So this one is actually, whichever way you want to use it, for a community, for an age, for those who have the facility. Do you agree with me or not?
Ma'am,
I'm coming slowly to it. We talk of big things, big people, big politicians, but I would like every Indian to attend school first. I would like every Indian to be ethical, to make the bowl of India an ethical bowl, which follows, as it came out in your earlier interventions, which follows our heritage, it follows our instinct, it follows our intuition, it follows our initiatives, right? Now we are going into something which is larger, bigger, it sounds modern, and so on and so forth. Both the teams are very fortunate, and my fellow beings here are very fortunate. We belong to a category where we have wherewithal to live well. My question to you is, how applicable is this to India?
Is the question clear, Team Parakram?
Yes, ma'am, that's very clear.
Okay.
Ma'am, so your question is in fact a very, very relevant question here. We are obviously living in India, and we must not shy away from acknowledging our, I would even say, privileged backgrounds here. Now, AI will be the solution to all the problems that you have mentioned, at least part of the solution. With AI, education facilities in India will improve. AI will also lead. We need to understand, as you said, education from a business perspective. We need to democratize AI. We need to make sure AI reaches every single nook and corner of the country. You said that Indians first must attend schools. That is absolutely correct. But in our schools, who will give them quality education? Our teachers, of course. Now, the CBSE here has an AI program that is teaching students right from class 6th. The reason for that is it's also...
Carry on.
All right.
I'll interject when you give me the chance.
Right, yes. And first of all, bringing it back to the basics, you said OpenAI generated amazing, nonsensical, and useless responses as well. Now, we must understand that AI is still in its infancy. It is still a baby. We must nurture it and grow it as it gets better at everything, at answering our questions. It will prove itself more useful.
How? How?
Ma'am, this is basically through...
Because how many of you have the app?
All of us have it.
You all have the app? Okay. Have you seen all the nonsense there?
We have seen the nonsense.
Okay. If you've seen the nonsense there, you have the judgment to be able to differentiate between sense and nonsense.
Correct.
Right? Do we in our education system first understand that you are a privileged class?
Yes.
Okay. You have experienced Google. You have experienced, this is unauthorized. Any of you can put something there. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
You can put whatever you like. There is absolutely no ethics to it. Do you agree that there is no ethics to this?
Ma'am,
Is
now
there
that
any
is-
ethics to GPT? Is the question on the morning of the ethics poll.
Right.
That is my one question only.
So, ma'am, that is now where I would disagree a little bit. AI needs to have ethics. That is the entire crux of the matter here. And we, the Gen Z, will ensure that it does. We need to establish ethical guardrails. Now, whether that's through regulation, better technology, that is, of course, will be addressed as we continue. AI, we, of course, as humans have...
It won't sell. It will not sell. It's a selling company. It wants to make money. And money is made out of nonsense. Money is made out of unethical practices. I am very, very worried about the fact that what you see and what you read in the newspapers is very scary.
Yes.
I am scared. I think we need the ethics first before we need the GGP. Do you agree with me or not?
Ma'am, again, that is again where we would disagree. A little.
Agree or not? My question is only one. I'm not even making a second question. In order to use the chat GPT, you need ethics.
Personal ethics,
That's my
definitely.
question and none more.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Definitely, personal ethics are required to use ChatGPT or any other technology for that matter.
I'm only talking of one.
Yes, that's
So
correct.
that the question is clear?
Ma'am, the question is clear.
So I think we share it with the audience. Because we need to develop ethics. How
Yes.
much ethics do you see in the papers? How much ethics do you see in the media? How much ethics do you see in the print? We need to strengthen our morality. We need to get back to our own culture. This is my feeling, and I think I'm sharing it.
Thank you,
with
ma'am.
Ma'am,
Thank
that
you very
feeling
much
is-
for your
ma'am,
views.
that
Team
feeling-
Parakram, are you still answering ma'am's question?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, please go ahead.
And ma'am, your feelings are absolutely correct. We totally agree with you. And in this case, we must ensure that the ethical guardrails to make humans ethical to teach ethics are also put in place. Regulations to ensure ethics are also put in place. Society's aspects are ensured in AI. We have to improve our personal ethics before we talk about the ethics of an AI language. That is absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Perfectly. You've hit the
Thank
nail
you,
on the
Team
head.
Parakram. Thank you very much. Now we move on to Nitin ji. If you could please pose your question to the team.
Yes. Team Parakram, I think you handled that very tricky and very important question well. But let me just ask you a practical question. Have you heard of the new Digital Personal Data Protection Act? Okay. Does that provide the legal guardrails that you're looking for AI and ChatGPT?
So that is a small step in a very in the right direction. We totally agree with that. Of course, more needs to be done, but that is definitely the most important step that we need to take to the protection of privacy and the protection of personal data. Of course, there needs to be the European Union is classifying AI according to risk, with high risk AI, such as surveillance software in AI, being absolutely prohibited. Because imagine the human rights violations that an authoritarian regime, not India, India's democracy, an authoritarian regime like perhaps China could use this, and there already are in Xinjiang. You would be well aware of that.
Yes, but here we are talking about ChatGPT.
Yes,
in particular. Your case study is about ChatGPT, not about surveillance or any other means that are employed by AI. So what I am asking is, when you want to write a paper, when you want to write a PhD thesis, does the Data Protection Act or the provisions in the Data Protection Act provide any legal assistance to those who are victims of plagiarism or victims of being, some injustice being done to them?
So I think we are confused. I think, sir, we need to understand that data protection and copyright needs to be looked at from two different perspectives.
So tell me how.
Yes, sir, of course. Data protection here is the protection of privacy. That's your personal data. It's obviously the Personal Data Protection Act, right? Compared to intellectual property law, that's your Copyright Act, the Patents Act. Of course, the Patents Act and the Copyright Act need to be modernized. These are laws from the 1960s and the 1950s. They need to be modernized. They need to be brought up to speed. Like the way the European Union recently passed the Digital Markets Act and the Digital Services Act. Now, these are, again, they're not perfect, but they're a stepping stone in the right direction. India, again, needs to sit down and rework our age-old laws. We need to rework them. We need to ensure that they are updated with the current problems of today.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Team Parakram, are you done with the response to Sir's question?
Yes.
Are we done? All right, with that, we come to the end of cycle 2, and I think our judges deserve a huge round of applause. And another splendid match comes to an end, the finale of this season's Ethics Bowl. A huge round of applause for Team Meghdut and Team Parakram as well. To all the 12 children present on stage. Thank you very much, teams. Thank you to our esteemed judges. We will request the judges to now mark your scores for part 4 and 5 for Team Parakram before we hand over the sheets to the organizers. Right. Can we request the organizers to collect your judgment sheets, please? Yes. Yes, ma'am, please. The children are here to escort us off the stage. Yeah. They'll just see. I'm handing the mic and the stage back to the children hosts for the day. Over to you, children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, respected judges, and the two talented teams. We will now request our NCC pilots to kindly escort the two teams from the stage, please.
We would also request our NCC pilots to kindly escort the judges and moderator ma'am off the stage, please.
गीत प्रकृति की उदारता का वरदान है, जिसे सुनकर हृदय पवित्र होता है, मेधा शक्ति बढ़ती है और मस्तिष्क प्रफुल्लित होता है। सुर है मीठा, लय है मीठा, उससे मीठी रागिनी, उससे मीठे बोल हैं इनके, जिनमें नई उमंगे हैं, नई तरंगे हैं। तो चलिए हम भी इनके साथ गाते हैं, गुनगुनाते हैं और जीवन की उलझनों को संवारते हैं।
Thank you, Nightingales of Shankar Vihar, for that melodious rendition. Dear audience, we are extremely proud of India's presidency of G20, and it's a matter of collective pride that India will convene the G20 Leaders Summit for the first time in September, celebrating the true spirit of democracy, inclusion, and multilingualism.
This epoch-making event is a watershed moment in our history and will be a testament to our unwavering commitment to offering pragmatic solutions to global problems for the well-being of humanity. Hence, it will highlight the true essence of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, or one earth, one family, one future.
As a tribute to our unwavering faith and belief in our great nation, we present a rhythmic composition titled Swarnim Bharat Ki Swarnim Abha.
Where the mind is without fear, said the great poet Tagore. Indeed, freedom of thought and expression is priceless forevermore.
We are humans with a finite body, but an infinite soul. It's our duty to nurture hope and compassion and make it humanity's eternal goal.
Let brown, black, and white belong to a palette, not color of skin, so that peace and brotherhood can give mankind a new beginning.
But there are mammoth tasks to do, new roads to travel, usher green development, inclusion, and technology to excel.
Emancipate every woman, encourage her to define new rules, to chase her dreams, be successful in whatever she'll choose.
With the G20 color, one earth, one family, one future, let us be a symbol of holiness, healing, and embrace all cultures.
Into that heaven of freedom, as my country awakes, let us join hands, unite as one to make India great.
Mahamaya.
यह विश्व गुरु वह भारत है जिसके पीछे संसार चला, योग सिखाकर दुनिया को दे दी जीने की नई कला।
कर्णाद ने जब परमाणु खोजा तब दुनिया को ज्ञान हुआ, इसी खोज पर आगे चलकर विस्तारित विज्ञान हुआ।
सकल विश्व में भारत छाया गतिशील अभियानों से, नई सोच और नई सुबह है अपने वेद पुराणों से।
जल में, थल में और गगन में आज भारत की जय गान चले। G20 की अध्यक्षता से दुनिया भर में मान बढ़े।
वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की विश्व भर में पुकार चले, गौरवशाली ने भारत की एक नई पहचान बने, एक नई पहचान बने। एक नई पहचान बने।
Thank you, expressive performers of Shankar Vihar. We hope that the upcoming G20 summit will foster new collaborations and facilitate innovative solutions to complex global issues.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for a nostalgic trip down memory lane. Let the Western music band of Shankar Vihar transport you to the rocking 70s and 80s as they belt out some retro hits. Over to Heavens Down.
All about this is having coolage in my hair. Warm smell of colitas rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. Had to stop for the night. There she stood in the doorway. I heard the mission bell. And I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. Then she lit up a candle and showed me the way. There was just down the corridor. Thought I heard them say, hey, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely place. The Hotel California. Anytime of year, you can find again. Her mind's still twisted. She got the Mercedes Benz. She got a lot of pretty, pretty boys that she calls friends. How they dance in the courtyard, sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember, some dance to forget. So I called up the captain, please bring me my wife. He said, we haven't had that years since 1969. And soon, of course, it's calling from far away. Wake you up in the middle of the night, just to hear that say, hey, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely day, such a lovely place. The Hotel California. What a nice surprise. Bring your own bar.
Thank you, Heavens Down. How about an encore? We can feel the palpitations and the adrenaline rush of the participants. So let us scale it a little more with the final countdown.
Together, but still in small. And maybe we'll come back to undo. I guess there is no one to It's the final countdown. It's so like you used to go. It's the final.
Thank you.
Dear audience, our esteemed judges had an unenviable and daunting task to judge the teams judiciously. So let us listen to the invaluable observations and experiences. We will now invite our Honorable Judge, Dr. Shama Chona ma'am.
Mrs. Pandey, thanks ever so much for inviting me. If I had a choice to be born again, I would like to be reborn, not only as an army wife, but also as a teacher. Of course, it is said, speech is silver, silence is golden. And for me to have to speak after stolen away so many minutes of the two teams, I feel terribly guilty. The only relief is that we are waiting for the result. Otherwise, it would be such a waste of time of yours. I'd like to know how many army wives are here. How fortunate we are, isn't it? How very, very fortunate we are that I'm ready to be reborn to be an army wife again. There can be no words to appreciate what General and Mrs. Pandey bring to the army today. The one thing that we need to learn from them is simplicity and modesty. Considering that I am the only, probably, army wife who received from the President of India, the Padma Bhushan and the Padma Shri without boasting. I think it's only them and invited me today. So what I'm saying is, but the truth, right? I've been to the IAS officers' wives and so on and so forth, but this is my first visit as a guest in the army. The teams were fantastic, and I'm sure they are mostly children of the army personnel. Their delivery, their research, their sense of conviction and their presentation was so good that it was difficult to know which is which, right? My heartiest congratulations to the schools. And I think they're both winning teams. It would be very unfair to call one winning and the other not winning, because they were projecting the cause. And the very idea of the Ethics Bowl is so amazing. One thinks of ethics when we attend programs like this. Otherwise, I don't know where the ethics is. It's in the army that you respect your seniors. In fact, I have to share something with you. When we used, my son was only less than 3 years old, and there would be, incoming calls. Those days you had the telephone, and whoever would call, he would say, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." So one day my friends asked, "What is this Vicky doing? Every time we call, he says, 'Yes, sir.'" I said, "He's learned it from the father." Because it didn't matter to him whether it's a child or an adult or anyone, because that's the way our kids are brought up, to respect the elders. And of course, this is the way I think life can be so beautiful too. It's not necessary to be defiant and challenging for everything. I've known Mrs. Narayan for a long, long time now, but she's getting younger. I think it's the army. So thank you very much for inviting me this morning. And I do hope that some of you will come to Tamanna and meet my 300 most beautiful people. 100 of them are autistic and 200 of them are so different and beautiful. But as the Prime Minister calls them, they are actually expressions of God. They are the Divyang, right? So I invite you all to and I'd love to be connected with your schools, especially those schools that you have all over for the special category, because there's so much to learn from each other. So once again, I thank Mrs. Pandey for inviting me, and thanks all of you patiently listening to a teacher. Once a teacher, always a teacher. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your priceless words and advice. They'll surely help us improving our performance. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now request Mr. Nitin Gokhale, sir, to share his views with us.
Thank you, Mrs. Pandey, all the school staff here, the teachers, organizers, and of course, the students who have toiled very hard, not just for the Ethics Bowl competition, but also fantastic cultural program and the items that they presented. Always gladdens my heart that the future of India is in very safe hands. both culturally as well as technically or intellectually, because the ethics bowl subjects are actually one of the most challenging subjects that I can think of for this level. And yet, what impressed me, very frankly, is the preparation, the quick repartee or quick responses, thinking on their feet that children displayed, is something that comes only from teaching that is not depending on learning by rote, but by also trying to inculcate critical thinking abilities, also trying to be aware of your surroundings, the new challenges that are coming up every day in this world, which is interconnected, which is also got what I would say everyday challenges that are increasing. And therefore, my compliments to the teachers, my compliments to everyone who's thinking of these. I think Mrs. Naravane started this initially when I heard that concept, which I had heard very vaguely. I was wondering whether students will be able to do justice to this concept at all. But I think moving away from the standard debating practices has really meant that children will now critically think in everything that they do. And that is what is essential. If India has to attain its aim of becoming a developed country, maybe the second or the third largest economy, technical or technology powerhouse by 2047, it is all of you, the students here, who are going to be doing it for the next 25, 30, 40 years. So my compliments once again to everyone involved in this. And I can only wish you good luck for whatever you're going to do in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for bolstering the confidence of our young participants with your enthusiastic observations. They will certainly prove to be invaluable to all our participants present here. Dear audience, we believe that on the path of true ethics, there can be only victory, no defeat. Because ethics is the activity of humanity directed to secure the inner perfection of human conscience and human soul. Indeed, I'm sure all of you must have observed that today's match was a testimony to that strive towards the inner perfection that I just talked about. It was so spectacularly displayed by both the teams.
Let us acknowledge that each and every participant of this remarkable competition is a winner who has undergone a baptism by fire with months of tireless research, rigorous practice schedules, and fostering of a unique perspective. Before we announce the much-awaited results for today's match, let me request our NCC pilots to escort both the teams with their teacher mentors and school principals to the side staircases. Team Parakram to our right and Team Meghdoot to our left, please. Thank you so much.
So here comes the moment for which all of us have been waiting with bated breaths and beating hearts. Yes, the passionate moment of reckoning has arrived. Can we have the audio visual, please? A huge round of applause for Team Meghdoot, the Southern Command, please. They are the winners of today's Ethics Bowl competition 2023. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for both the teams, please. Congratulations to everyone. We would now request President AVA, Mrs. Archana Pandey, ma'am, to kindly join us on the stage for the prize distribution ceremony, please. And our Honorable Principal, ma'am, to kindly escort her, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, The runners-up for President Awa Rolling Trophy Ethics Bowl competition are Team Parakram representing the Western Command. A huge round of applause for their brilliant performance, please.
We would request the team members to please accept their individual prizes first. So we have Gobind Veer Singh from Army Public School, Dholakua. Ujjwal Sharan from Army Public School, Dholakua. The next participant is Prashasti Singh Taragi from Army Public School, Shankar Vihar. A huge round of applause for all of them, ladies and gentlemen.
We also have Vivan Garg from Army Public School, Noida. Yashna Mehta, also from Army Public School, Noida. And from Army Public School, Delhi Cant, we have Rohan Kumar Hazra. A huge round of applause for our participants. In them, we see a hope for a brighter future. Heartiest congratulations once again, Team Parakram. We would request all the team members, mentors, and principals to kindly pose for a group photograph, please.
Let us now humbly request President Awa once again to crown the winners of this brilliant mega contest, the Southern Command. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for them, the champions, the winners of President Awa Rolling Trophy Ethics Ball 2023. Team Meghdoot represented by Southern Command. Let's give a huge round of applause to put them, please.
We would now request the team members to please accept their individual prizes first. We have Aditya Vikram Nalavade from Army Public School, Pune. Manya Sharma, Army Public School, Pune. From Army Public School, Bolaram, we have Ayush Shekdar.
We also have Naman Kumar Pandey from Army Public School, Bolaram. We have Utkarsh Venkatraman from Army Public School, Pune. And finally, we have Agastya Biradar from Army Public School, Pune. A huge round of applause, a continuous one for them, please.
Dear audience, please put your hands together once again for the Masters, Team Southern Command. We would now request our esteemed judges and moderator, ma'am, to please join us on the stage for a group photograph with the winners, please. We would also request Chairperson Schools, Awa, Mrs. Rita Zoshi, ma'am, to join us, please.
Yes. Judges. Our honorable judges, it would be such a great occasion to have you with us in the group photograph. I would request the mentor teachers, please join your team. It's such a proud moment.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Team Southern Command. We would now request President Awa. We would request President Awa to felicitate our eminent judges, please. I would request Dr. Shama Chona, ma'am, to kindly accept a token of our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation.
We would now request Nitin Gokhale, sir, to please accept a small token of our love and gratitude.
Finally, I would now request Sunita Panchanathan, ma'am, our moderator, to please join us on stage and accept a token of our heartfelt affection and thankfulness.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, dear judges and guests. I would now request Honorable President Awa, Mrs. Archana Pandey, ma'am, to address the August gathering, please.
I think we just witnessed an engrossing finals of the President Awa Rolling Trophy Ethic Bowl Competition Season 3 between two very enthusiastic teams. It is really heartening to see how the children are conscious of the complex ethical dilemmas that surround us and are able to navigate through these following a process of mature deliberation, critical thinking, and logical reasoning. In today's world, which is divided by opposing viewpoints, the ability to communicate effectively with respect and listen attentively to another sets a remarkable example for all of us. It is through dialogues like these that we pave the way for a very compassionate and a just world. If our world has to walk the path of transformation, these children are the change agents, and they once again instill the confidence in us that our future is in safe hands. One important lesson that this competition has taught all of us is that ethics is just not a subject confined to textbooks, but is an integral part of humanity to be practiced in every walk of our life. I congratulate all the participants of the Ethic Bowl competition for their hard work, dedication, and exceptional performances. Each one of you is a winner in your own right, and I'm sanguine that your contribution to the society will be profound and far-reaching. I also take the opportunity to thank all the eminent judges for taking out time from their busy schedules and be here with us to conduct the competition. My sincere compliments to the mentors, teachers, coordinators of the competition, principals of APPS Pan Asia, chairpersons, and all the regional presidents. Your enthusiastic and team singularly responsible to make the event a grand success. At the end, I would like to once again reiterate that the pursuit of ethics doesn't end here. It is a lifelong journey that requires continuous reflection, open-mindedness, agree to disagree, and willingness to learn and adapt. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for your motivational words of wisdom and encouragement. I'm sure they'll stimulate all our participants to strive for excellence throughout their life's experiences.
May we now request Mrs. Rita Joshi, ma'am, Chairperson, Schools, AVA, to kindly propose a vote of thanks, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm afternoon to our esteemed guests, distinguished principals, revered teachers, supportive parents, and cherished friends. It is with immense gratitude and delight that I stand before you today, having been enriched by your presence at this momentous occasion. Your unwavering encouragement, boundless enthusiasm, and active involvement have elevated this event to a level of significance that words can scarcely convey. I am indeed privileged and deeply honored to stand before you on behalf of Dr. Mrs. Archana Pandey, President Central AVA, for extending our profound appreciation on this remarkable occasion of Ethics Bowl 2023 and presentation of Present AVA Rolling Trophy. Our sincere gratitude resonates with a fervor that stems from the acknowledgement of the impact you have collectively made. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to Dr. Mrs. Archana Pandey, President of the Army Wives Welfare Association, whose unwavering support and guidance has bestowed upon us a new perspective on education through visionary insights. With utmost sincerity, we express our gratitude to each individual who has played a role in shaping the success of this event. The Ethics Bowl has provided a platform for constructive dialogues and vital ethical topics within a structured educational framework. To our insightful participants, your contribution have been a beacon of enlightenment, urging us to transcend limitations and contemplate profound questions. A special note of gratitude is reserved for all our esteemed guests for the driving force behind the resounding success of this event. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our judges, Mrs. Shama Chona, Mr. Nitin Gokhale, and Major Gaurav Arya retired, for their invaluable contribution as judges at the Ethics Bowl competition. Your expertise, thoughtful insights, and fair evaluation played a significant role in making this event a success. Our heartfelt gratitude to Mrs. Sunita Panchanathan for her exceptional role as moderator. Your skillful management of the discussion, your unbiased guidance, and your ability to keep the event running smoothly were truly impressive. Our heartfelt thanks extend to Mrs. Malini Narayanan, Principal APS Shankar Vihar, and her team, whose steadfast support has breathed life into this event. We must also acknowledge the dedicated efforts of our organizing committee, teachers, selfless student volunteers who have devoted countless hours to ensure every facet was executed flawlessly. The support and technical team members deserve special recognition for their relentless effort behind the scenes, ensuring the seamless flow of this event. My sincere gratitude to Principal APS DC, Mrs. Neetu Kapoor, and Principal DK, Mrs. Mitu Rathore, for their invaluable support for this event. I also extend our appreciation to Mrs. Jyoti Rana, Principal APS Noida, and her team for successfully conducting the quarterfinals. Principals, APS Pan India, your tireless dedication and teachers' mentorship has been instrumental in shaping the learning journey of our students, for which we extend our warmest thanks. Warm thanks to all our teachers for your untiring efforts through these months for making this event a grand success. You have been true mentors. Your inputs have been vital to the learning journey of our students. Sincerest regards and compliments to all the volunteer judges and moderator of this entire event, as they brought their expertise and enthused this event further with their invaluable inputs. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the chairpersons of all the commands and army schools, whose steadfast support has been invaluable in realizing this event's potential. As we draw the curtains to this extraordinary event, let us carry forth the connection forged, the knowledge acquired, and the memories shared. This is the time to reflect on the power of collaboration and collective effort. Your presence has ignited a spark that will continue to guide us on our journey of ethical enlightenment. My congratulations to all the teams that battled through the quarterfinals matches. Each one of you is a true exemplar of determination and perseverance, embodying the spirit of true champions. Hats off to the both finalist team. Your insightful and ethical discussion have truly showcased your exceptional skill and commitment. Well done and congratulations. As we move forward, let us remember success lies not solely in results, but in the genuine efforts we put forth. Ethical living remain our compass, guiding us through the challenges that lie ahead. So keep living the ethical life, and may all your future years be filled with boundless blessing. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for your words charged with encouragement, gratitude, and support for all of us. They'll surely inspire us to work towards perfection. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now request you to kindly rise for the national anthem, please.
Things end, but memories last forever. Today will indeed be one such cherished memory for all of us. I would now invite all our esteemed guests for a cup of tea, please. Dear audience and parents, kindly be seated till our illustrious dignitaries leave the auditorium first, please. Thank you so much.